DJ Dog will be back in 4 hours, so you don't have to worry. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Emily Dong, for those who don't know me, and I'm a member of the Society Free School for Philosophy and Black Liberation. Which we did have this morning before the event. Because like Doc says, we have to stay on post. But I'd like to welcome you all to the official beginning of the end of the Year of James Baldwin, which began last February of 2024. And, 1 year ago, a little over a year ago when we began the Year of James Baldwin, we had this very ambitious vision of, having events and reading groups, a podcast every week, and an art exhibition, a concert to celebrate James Baldwin as he deserves to be celebrated as he deserves to be, which is someone who fought for the truth. And we did end up doing a lot of that, but I think the Year James Baldwin became something much more than we expected. And it became much deeper, and we learned so much from the people of Philadelphia through celebrating James Baldwin. And nowhere else in the country celebrated James Baldwin for the whole year the way we did here in Philadelphia. That's right. For us, it was our vision to bring James Baldwin back to life because he does live on, and our hope is he lives on for humanity for centuries to come. And for us, our vision, as we went out, we had reading groups at mosques, churches, libraries, the Central Branch of the Free Library, the 52nd Street Library at Lucian Blackwell Library, Wooden Shoe Bookstore, the reading groups through our events, our Afroasiatic peace concert. We brought the vision that James Baldwin is a revolutionary, and he is our revolutionary. The reason why this was so important for us is because James Baldwin is too often just celebrated like a cultural icon, a queer icon, but he's not celebrated as a major revolutionary figure the way he deserves to be in America. And for us, like he explains modern society and the crisis of modern society. In Philadelphia, something I've been thinking a lot about is the fact that in Philly, there's so much poverty. But poverty does not mean there's something wrong with the people who are poor, but it's the direct evidence that there's something wrong with the system itself. And James Baldwin, he always starts when he's describing himself as the grandson of a slave, because for him, the revolutionary struggle is unfulfilled. The democratic struggle begins with the anti-slavery struggle. And it was continued on in the Black freedom struggle. In the same way Baldwin explains in his essays that the existence of slavery says nothing about those who are enslaved, it says everything about the slave master and a system that encourages and makes normalized the slave master to be a slave master. Is the same way today people still not achieved freedom. That the existence of poverty means that we have not fulfilled democracy yet. And that is a struggle, that democratic struggle for freedom, for peace, is something that we must pick up again. And it's pretty emotional to end the year James Baldwin because James Baldwin is the way he describes everything that people choose not to see. They choose not to see Black poverty. They choose not to see that this system, there's still a white supremacist social system, a system that keeps everyone in prison. but people choose not to see it, people choose to believe that we have achieved freedom, that's something that actually is for all of humanity to face. That is exactly a problem for the whole world, for humanity to solve. Poverty should be solved, and Baldwin makes the revolutionary process that of the moral choice to really see that we are not yet free. In his novels describe the complexity of what it's like to be a human being living in an oppressive society, the way it affects you live, the way you live, the way it affects you love, the way it affects your relationships to both people and yourself. And he describes the possibilities that human beings can explore if they choose to see the system around them, and also choose to see not just the suffering of their brothers and sisters, but also the democratic capacity that the people have to embark on this revolutionary struggle. And so we celebrate James Baldwin this year, and we're going to carry James Baldwin on forward. But most importantly, he shows that we have to look for the people. For James Baldwin, everything starts from the bottom. You know, like I came back from India about a month or two ago, where all of India, even though there are contradictions, people still celebrate their revolutionary father, Gandhi, who led the courageous freedom struggle against the British Empire. But here in America, who is it? The revolutionary. Who is the revolutionary who every day seeks out the poor, the oppressed, the disinherited? Who are the thinkers? Who are the revolutionaries who do that in America? It's the Du Boises, the Martin Luther King Jr.'s. And today, it's us celebrating the James Baldwins. It's James Baldwin who thinks, just like Gandhi, of the poor. And all throughout his work, whether it's his novels and his essays, he comes from the belief that it is the people, the disinherited, who not just make history, who not just have the different capacity to change society, but also to make civilization. And that all people have to make the moral choice to see that and become and want to live like ordinary people, to want to be like ordinary people, to see the world like ordinary people. And it's why he believes that there is a future. So Baldwin is our revolutionary, and today we're going to celebrate all that the Year of James Baldwin has done to make him our forever revolutionary. And I just want to say that it was not easy to celebrate James Baldwin this way. Reading groups that were reading every day of the week, every week. But what we saw was that people wanted to read about James Baldwin. And at many reading groups, the people who came grew. And what that shows is that the people, no matter how much, from deindustrialization, from a counter-revolution, where you're punished for speaking for the truth, for justice, to say it's wrong to become desensitized to poverty, to hunger, to children who don't get what other children have. In a time like this, people are standing up and people are looking for James Baldwin. And these are revolutionary times because for the first time, like Baldwin says, the Western Party is over. Right. The Western Party is over, and the same Western Party that sent bombs to Gaza, the same Western Party that sent bombs to Vietnam, to Korea, all in the name of a strange democracy, that party is over. And we've been seeing it for the past 5 weeks. And that means that the American people, what they have is a very large decision in the future. And it will be the people who decide the future of this country amidst a crisis we've never seen before. And us, we the Saturday Free School, with the people of Philadelphia, especially Black folk in Philadelphia, despite all the large nonprofits, all the other schools that have somehow found hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pockets, even though they didn't want to work with us to celebrate James Baldwin, it was institutions like the Nation of Islam, Lucian Blackwell Library on 52nd Street. It was the people who wanted to celebrate Baldwin despite everything. Right. And in the future, when the American people will decide whether this nation will become a new nation, they will have the vision of James Baldwin because of what we achieved in the Year of James Baldwin. And I mentioned it earlier. I mentioned it earlier this morning, but I was calling a friend from the Saudi Free School who lives in India now, Nandita, and she said, just like the phrase from Mao, "Let 100 flowers bloom." It is we, Free School, and the people of Philadelphia through the Year of James Baldwin who grew the most beautiful flower, the flower of James Baldwin and the flower of the Black freedom struggle, to pick in a time like this. So I wanted to thank all of you for being here. I just also wanted to let you know that, although this is the end of the Year James Baldwin, it's also the beginning of the next stage of history. A stage of history where Europe is not the center, America is not the center, and the center is very clearly going to be in Asia and Africa. And it's why all of the American people should look at James Baldwin and not just see someone who put the poor and the children at the center of his work, but someone who said that actually there's already an alternative to a white world, an alternative to whiteness, an alternative to whiteness as an identity. And you can see it all around you in Philadelphia. It's in Black folk, the alternative response to all the problems of modern society, that you don't have to be white. Baldwin celebrates that Black folk, they never wanted to be white and they never chose to be white. And that's something the whole American people can learn. When the Western party is over, who will we be? We already have an alternative. We already have the emotional, spiritual resources to become human and rehumanize this country. So we in the Free School, our work continues on. We're very excited. I was asked to announce that we will bring Baldwin forward this time also through a celebration of music in April. And we'll also be continuing the science conference. And we hope that even as we end the year, James Baldwin, that you'll join us in continuing making James Baldwin our forever revolutionary and us inheriting this democratic struggle into the future. So I'll end there.
Hello, I'm Purva Chatterjee. I'm also a part of the Free School. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say a little bit about all of the reading groups we've done all of last year in the city of Philadelphia under the title The People of Philadelphia Read James Baldwin. And I'll start where Emily started, which is to say that these reading groups were really transformative for all of us because it brought us closer in a very real way to the people of Philadelphia and revealed the possibilities and the capacity to struggle together for ideas that can really bring forward a new moment right now. When we started the year last February, the way we had envisioned these reading groups was as a literacy campaign, and literacy not in the sense of knowing how to read or write, but political and ideological literacy, where we did not just want to read Baldwin just to read him or to appreciate him as a literary genius, but we wanted to use what we read, use his ideas to understand and transform ourselves into people who can take responsibility for the future. So the literacy campaign was at its heart a campaign of a political project of it was a project of political education as part of the people of Philadelphia, where we learn from each other, where we root ourselves in both a sense of history but also an understanding of what is happening in America right now, this multifaceted crisis that we are dealing with. And I have to say that even before the literacy campaign for the Year of Baldwin, the Free School has always placed its faith in knowledge and ideas as a liberatory force. And we've organized ourselves into many reading groups and study groups, studying history, philosophy, sociology. But in thinking about what remarks I wanted to make about the literacy campaign, I thought it would be valuable to highlight some of the fundamental assumptions that we were proceeding from. And some of this Emily has already alluded to, but I think these things need to be said over and over again because I do think in Free School we think of political struggle differently from how it's thought of what's thought of in I don't know how to say it, but the usual scenario of activism and so on. Well, the first assumption that we were rooted in is the centrality of the ideological struggle, especially in moments of crisis, which are also moments of possibility of giving birth to a new reality. And we already know this, that all of the great revolutionary movements in history have been fueled by powerful ideas that came from the people and reflected their aspirations for freedom and for genuine peace. And too often, in thinking about revolution or change in society, the ideological struggle is dismissed in favor of a call to action. And in some part, it is true that ideas and actions must go hand in hand, but even to decide how and when and to what end one must act, you have to root yourself in ideas and theories that are based in truth and based in the strivings of ordinary human beings. The second assumption that I want to highlight is, again, this idea that it is the people who make history. It is the people who ultimately have the power and the capacity to change society. Change is not something top-down, it's not handed down by university professors and experts and politicians. Change is made from the ground up by people coming together in conversation, making a collective assessment of all of the issues and all of the demands of the time and struggling together for a shared future. And I do think it's, as Emily was saying, this is really the essence of democracy. Democracy can't really be measured by the outcome of electoral politics. It's really, the way to measure it is to what extent the people can find themselves a part of the democratic, revolutionary, emancipatory struggle that decides the destiny of a country. The third assumption is perhaps the most explicit, which is that we see James Arthur Baldwin as an indispensable revolutionary for this time. We were very determined from the very beginning that we would not read him as a queer author, we would not read him as a cultural icon or somebody to trivialize. We would read him as a black man and a revolutionary, because that is what informs his imaginary and his worldview. And this is something that we resolved from the very beginning to reclaim and defend, because this has been attacked very brutally over the last, I don't know how many years. And Baldwin gives us a new epistemology. He gives us a new way of looking at the world. His critique and his assessment of whiteness and white society, his testimony as a witness for this great revolution, which was the Black freedom struggle, but also very importantly, the emphasis that he places on love as a revolutionary, transformative force that lies at the heart of all our strivings for freedom. All of this compels us to see ourselves differently, to see America differently, and it compels us to not judge ourselves by the standards that are set by the ruling class, by whiteness, and to remake ourselves as part of a new American people. And this was the defense of James Baldwin, the way we viewed it, was a defense of the democratic capacity of the people to struggle together and finally achieve this country, make it what it ought to be. This democratic capacity, and we know this, we see it, has been very brutally attacked and cut down by the counter-revolution that came in the wake of the Black freedom movement. The counter-revolution, it has to be said this way, the counter-revolution was mounted by the American state, its ruling elite, and its institutions against the American people. You see its hand in the overwhelming way the ideological landscape has been captured by postmodernism and queer theory. You see its hand in the narrative hegemony of American academia and the liberal elite. And you definitely see it in the way the Black freedom struggle has been attacked and its leaders like King and Baldwin have been attacked. It is really no accident that Baldwin is not read and understood the way he should be as a revolutionary. It is in fact by design, and the design is to make sure that the vision of the Black struggle is not inherited by the American people, to make sure that you can't use that history, to make sure that the Black struggle does not exist as part of the revolutionary history of this country. And at the end of the day, this is an effort to keep us as a people incapacitated. We are always told, you can't know the truth because there is no truth to know. You can't really do anything that will, make a damn difference. And the best you can really hope for is a very narrow freedom where you get to I guess, say or do or be whoever you want to be as an individual. But this is not true freedom. It's an obscuring of the true and substantive meaning of freedom. And as we said in Free School, we see this as a freedom from society rather than a freedom to change society. And this is what we were up against when we started the literacy campaign, and we knew we had to engage with this and combat it in the reading groups. And once again, put back on the table the idea that all of us have a shared stake in the future of this country. And there is something we can do, which is what Emily was saying. We can make the moral choice to not hold ourselves to these false standards that we've been given. We can choose not to unsee suffering and poverty, especially Black poverty. We can choose not to turn our faces away when this country wages war and genocide. And we wanted to use James Baldwin as the mountain upon which we stand and fight for a more human future. And of course, it wasn't always smooth sailing. There were headwinds that we had to contend with. It has to be said like this: there are political and ideological forces in the city of Philadelphia that do not want Baldwin to be freed from the liberal dogma or from queerness. And they were moreover very unhappy in the ways that we used Baldwin to understand this political moment, the 2024 elections, and the overwhelming crisis of the American state and the American university. And like Emily also mentioned, there were attempts on many occasions to discredit the free school and attack the reading groups and so on and so forth. And I have to say, as for some of us young people who only lived through times of counter-revolution, you had to see some of this to understand what these forces really represent. And all of this, well, it could have been very demoralizing, except that the people of Philadelphia really embraced us with so much warmth and enthusiasm, and with such a genuine desire to know Baldwin and to make him live as part of us, as part of our consciousness. I just want to say this because I think this is something that I think of often. Many times in one of these reading groups, you would have 20 to 25 people in one room reading a Baldwin essay aloud together, reflecting on the past and the present, making an assessment of what has been taken from us, but also what is possible for us to take up today. And people came from all different walks of life, and they came from different perspectives, often conflicting perspectives and worldviews, but we were all able to share our stories and our experiences and share what we hope for from the future, what we aspire to. And all of this brought us closer to one another. And it reminded us that we can know each other. We can become a whole people, which is the opposite of what, say, postmodernism will tell you. We can know each other, we can struggle together. And this is, in my opinion, one of the biggest things that we've gained from the literacy campaign that we did, where the success of the literacy campaign cannot really be measured quantitatively. I believe that the impact it has had on the ideological landscape of Philadelphia will be revealed in time. But I was saying this to Doc today morning, that I'll go out on a limb and say that to me, after this entire year is over, I do think the way the Year of Baldwin was conducted and the way we went to the people, I think this is going to be the model for how political struggle is to take place in this country going forward. Old forms of struggle are just not going to work anymore because we're in a new moment. And for all of the love, all of the generosity and warmth we received from people of Philadelphia, I just want to say a big thank you. We are very grateful. Okay, now I'm going to go through the list of all of the reading groups we did and give a shout out to the facilitators who did a lot of hard work, put a lot of love and faith into making this a success. Please stand when I call out your name. So first we have West Philadelphia High. It was facilitated by Jeremiah Kim and Catherine Blunt, who are not here. We miss you, but we'll clap for you. Next, we have South Philadelphia High, facilitated by Alice Lee and Brandon Doe. which was facilitated by Michelle, Lou, Norini, and myself. The Wooden Shoe Bookstore in South Philly, facilitated by Nathan Baraza, Blaise Larami, and Shantanu Ghosh. Zion Baptist Church, facilitated by Alice Lee, Edgar Barazza, and Anthony Montero. Parkway Central Library, facilitated by Emily Dong, Serafina Harris, and Anthony Montero. Also Crystal. Lucian, Blackwell, West Philadelphia Regional Library, facilitated by Kathy Jang, Jeremiah Kim, Shamborto Chatterjee, and Anthony Montero. I should mention that the Lucian Blackwell Library started out in the Making Words bookstore in West Philly and moved to Lucian Blackwell sometime last year. And the Lucian Blackwell Library will in fact keep continuing beyond the Year of Baldwin with a different mandate. So for anybody who wants to read with us, that's where we'll be. Besides these reading groups in Philadelphia, we also had a couple others out of state. We had a reading group in Chicago at Loyola University, facilitated by Meghna Chandra, Neha Chirukula, who's not here, and Jahan Chaudhary. And finally, we had one in New Mexico, organized by the Henry Winston Club, facilitated by Todd Doherty. Okay, so maybe we'll have one last round of applause for the literacy. Now what I want to do is I'm going to call up the facilitators of a few of these reading groups to come and talk a little bit about their experiences. I think, there's a lot to uncover there, but we have 10 minutes for each reading group. So first, we'll have South Philly High, so I call Alice and Brandon.
Greetings, everybody. It's an honor, it's a blessing to be here, to be able to share what we learned from our reading group at South Philadelphia High School. Alice and I, we learned a lot. Yeah, we learned a lot in the process of our reading group. And we divided our time into 3 different segments. So the first segment is what South Philadelphia represents. The second is what we learned from the reading group, from hearing from the testimonies of the students and also reading Baldwin with them. And then last, how it connects to the broader American and world situation. We're trying to finish it in 10 minutes. So I appreciate y'all for bearing with us. So South Philadelphia High School, we discovered a lot upon having the reading group. And a lot of it was because of the reflections that I've had with Alice, that Alice and I had together. And Alice informed me that growing up, she went to a different kind of school than South Philadelphia. And to put it into context, South Philadelphia High School is a school that is mostly poor and working class students. Most of them are from South Philadelphia, but many of them also come from North Philadelphia, from West Philadelphia, for whatever reasons. And the first thing that Alice shared with me was how she noticed there was such a lack of resources and the overall dilapidation of the school as an institution, but also the degradation that the students faced. And one of the things that she said she first noticed was that when you walk into the school in the entrance, there's a metal detector. So that is already ideologically loaded with certain assumptions that there is a metal detector in the school. Another thing is broken air conditioners, lack of heat, especially, and then when it gets hot, there's lack of cold air, lacking school supplies, the laptops, the things that they give the students are, as someone who works there, it's garbage. Like, I'll say that straight up, it's garbage. There's very little structure, and there's also teachers who don't care. And I think that is something that speaks to what the aim and what the motive of the public school district in Philadelphia is designed to do. And it's really designed to break the confidence, to break the self-esteem, and to break the will of young people who are in such a pivotal stage in their life where they're trying to discover who they are, discovering their manhood and their womanhood. And it really is a place of humiliation, because if the AC isn't fixed, if the laptops and the school supplies are garbage, if the teachers are garbage and immoral, then it's sending a message to the students that you are not worth anything. And so this is something that what Baldwin says, I think is very relevant, that our country is in need of new standards. And I can speak for myself as a teacher about my peers, especially. How can you be the way you are, not caring about the students, just dropping down a worksheet on the table and not even trying to connect with them, not trying to build with them, and go home and look in yourself in the mirror and be happy with that? And then how can you justify it by saying, at least I'm feeding my family, but what about all of the kids? What about all of the children that you're in charge of 8 hours of the day who don't have their own families to go back to? And that is another thing as well, because one thing that we've noticed in our reading group is that most children in the public school district of Philadelphia, they live with their aunts, they live with their grandparents, they live with a foster parent, and that is the majority of the population at South Philadelphia High School. So we see that there is a breakdown, a deliberate destruction of the Black family structure too. Yes. And that is something that is not spoken of enough. And they, they talk about families being separated at the border, but what about the families that live here? That's right. CPS. CPS divides Black families, I think, over double the amount as white families. And a third of the children in the South Philadelphia High School are not even just living with aunts and uncles or grandparents or foster parents, but they're also children who are sleeping in cars. And that is a reality that America has to come to terms with. That is a reality that America has to reckon with, to accept, and to face in order to change the situation. Right. So
true. Oh God. I always get emotional when I speak because I don't want to stand up here and actually not mean what I say. And so, where do I begin? I think when Brandon and I first started at South Philly High School, I leaned a lot on Brandon because I had never really interacted actually with the student population of South Philly, from colored, mainly colored children, poor. And so when I went in, I was a bit nervous. Nervous because I think on the one hand, I didn't know what to expect, which is I knew myself as a teenager and I was awful. I was awful because I was cynical. I felt like I wasn't understood, and therefore I was mean to my family. I mean, mainly my family because I could take it out on them. And so when I went there, I was scared in terms of how they would see me. The other thing is that I think young people often know when people care about them or not, whether they're genuine, whether they're respected. And so when I went in, I wasn't sure if I could love these children because I think in the free school we talk a lot about Baldwin, especially because Baldwin loved children so much. And I have cousins that I really love, but at the same time I wasn't sure going into South Philly High School if I could love these kids as much as I love my cousins. And I wasn't sure if I could love these kids because high school students particularly, especially those who have such a difficult environment, are not simple and not the easiest to love. They may lash out at you, they may say things that they don't mean, they may be rude to you. And so going in, I didn't know what to, how they would see me or treat me. And I think going in, I was really surprised actually, especially with the three young men that became a core part of our group. First of all, I'm Asian and they're Black, and I didn't know what those dynamics would be. I'm also older. I think young people tend to think that older people, or at least that when I was growing up, that those who are older are not cool and don't understand them. But that wasn't what I got from these students at all. Actually, I knew I would learn so much from them, but I didn't know how much I would. Because even though we're talking about their circumstances and their environment and how difficult it was, I don't think, because we had read Baldwin's Fire Next Time, which consists of two main essays, Letter to My Nephew and Down at the Cross. Letter to My Nephew is Baldwin's letter to his nephew James. And Down at the Cross is his experience in meeting the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I think in Letter to My Nephew, Baldwin is very explicit about what it means to grow up as a Black child in this country. But never did I get a sense from these three children, even though their environments are difficult, that they saw themselves as a victim. Their emotions would go up and down, but never did they describe themselves as, oh, like, poor me, you should feel bad for me, like none of that. And actually I grew up with that, but that's a separate story. And so I think we learned a lot from them because I wasn't sure how they would respond. I don't know if Brandon knew, but every time we would read Baldwin, these kids would respond with such enthusiasm. They had so much to say. And they were so kind as well, too. There was a question that we had asked, which is, why are you here? Why are you reading Baldwin? And one of the students at the time, Mike, he had said, it's because I want to live. Like, I was pretty shocked at the time because we had just met, we were reading maybe 1-2 times. And I didn't know what compelled him to say that. And I also didn't know how he could say that with such depth. And there are many more stories in which we read together around Baldwin. And it basically reaffirmed or corroborated their experiences growing up in the environment that I keep calling Brandon Baldwin, but that Brandon describes. And we would sometimes, another kid, Sean, he would talk about his grandmother and how his grandmother, because she was very religious as well, she believed in God, had a faith, would always say, my grandmother always told me to treat others the way you want to be treated. One day, you will meet other people the way they will meet you. And another student Tejan, he spoke about how, the color of his skin never really mattered to him, his friends. It was always about their character. I know I'm going on long, so I'll end very soon, which is that in that time we had grown together. And I don't know how much they know this, but Oh God.
It's all right. Go right ahead.
This has happened so many times. But, I really came to love them, and I think a lot about them. And we don't talk often, maybe it's once every other month. We'll say, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas. But I love them because it's the way Baldwin loved the child too.
Yeah.
And I love them in the way that I hope that our conversations together and the time that we spent together, I don't know if it immediately had repercussions on their lives, but I hope one day they look back and think about Baldwin and the conversations we had about love, about community, about the people. And I love them in that it wasn't just that time, but there are moments when it is so difficult actually to live with love. But I love them in the sense that I want to create a world in which kids like them can grow up without all that they have to go through.
That's right. Yeah.
And I think I say all this to say that it was such an experience, and I knew I didn't know what to expect, but honestly, it's in those moments when I want to give up, I want to be selfish, I just want to live my own life, I think about them. Because what will happen to them if, we're not there? It's like when Baldwin was in Paris, is that he needed to come back to the United States because the children here needed him. And this is something that we read together, and Baldwin wrote this, which is now you must survive because we love you and for the sake of your children and your children's children. So thank you.
I could ask you because everything you're saying is very moving, and I don't know if everybody gets to see this as closely as was possible, both because of the Year of Baldwin, but also being in a place like South Philly High. I think maybe I wanted to ask, what sense did you get about how these children see what's happening around them in this country, and especially in a city like Philadelphia, or what are some of the questions that they ask every day but may not find answers to?
Well, one thing that is obvious and clear in our discussions is that the children that we work with, and especially Black children in the public school system, they know that the society is out to get them. They know that there is a society that aims to destroy them. And in our reflections, one thing that we were talking about is the constant threat of danger that our students face. I mean, it even came down to, one of our students saying that he takes a certain route to go home, or he takes he takes the bus instead of the subway because the subway can be very dangerous. And not only that, but the fact that schools are also a dangerous place. We often ask ourselves, where are the young people at? And many of them aren't even in school. And if they are in school, they're not in class. It's grown to the point where it's become really chaotic, because the classroom is not a place of learning, or has not been made a place of learning, but a place of humiliation. And one thing that I forgot to share in the beginning was that the majority of students are illiterate. The majority of students do not know how to read. And so if the teacher calls you up front to read, which is, they should be teaching you how to read in the first place, but that is a moment of humiliation. And I think that at the same time, what was I about to say? I think that at the same time, you see you see everything that's going on, but at the same time, you see young people who have the will within them, not only to survive, but not become a product of their environment. And that's the one thing that Alice was talking about with Sean, who always talked about his grandmother, how to be kind, how to be respectful, how to not judge people by the color of their skin, but by their character. And I think that's major because that speaks to the strength of these children as well. They are heroes. Yeah, they are heroes, and they are very courageous. And one of the things, the challenges that they face too, is that because of the public school system, which puts them down, which takes their confidence, now you rob that from them, and now you have this popular culture that you instill into their minds that tell them that to be a man is to have a gun. And we've seen this. We've seen this from their testimonies, but also from personal experiences that a child, like I would meet a child freshman year, and I would have a conversation with them, a one-on-one conversation that would be really open, and they would share with me their thoughts about their community and what's going on and how they want to change it. But if you see them a year later, a whole summer, just one summer, 2 months can make a complete difference in a person's life. And by that time, they've completely changed up because they have been got already by the system. And that warmth, and I'm not saying that warmth that was in them before is now replaced by a certain coldness. And that coldness comes from the environment. That coldness comes from the standards of a civilization that not only wants to destroy them, but turn them into the monsters that this civilization has become itself.
Right.
So, yeah, I think.
Thank you.
Michelle and Nuri come up here to talk about the reading group at the University of Pennsylvania organized by Lotus.
So I also want to say that Purva was one of the organizers of this reading group as well. So we'll try to cover two main parts in a few minutes. And first, I want to describe what Penn represents, what it's like as an institution, kind of the challenges that we face with our reading group over the Year of Baldwin. And then Nuri is going to talk about a lot of what we discovered and achieved and learned through our study of Baldwin through the year. So I want to begin by saying that we first started planning for this reading group in the summer of 2023. And at that time, Nuri, Purva, and I were meeting every week to say, okay, Baldwin, we began with that, but we really wanted to know and come to this place where we could articulate why Baldwin, why for this time, why for these students, why the University of Pennsylvania when it is such a hostile environment. And so we had actually read Baldwin for 3 semesters straight. So the fall of 2023, all of 2024, his centenary. And then eventually we began to move more directly into King and the Black Freedom Movement. But looking back on us starting that first semester, I remembered that we began by stating our objective for that semester. And we said, we're going to read James Baldwin and that we are striving for knowledge and purpose in a time of crisis. And I want to emphasize that phrase because I think it articulates a lot of the key assumptions and beliefs that we went into this work with. First, that students, even if they are students at an elite university, are at the end of the day young people. They're very, very young. And they have an instinct for knowledge, which means they have an instinct for truth. They want to know reality. So that was the knowledge piece. And then the second piece, purpose, is also a special quality of youth, which is that they want to act on what they know. And they are the generation that possesses the most courage in a society, usually, right? Like there's a special capacity of youth. And we believe that if we brought the truth to the university, students would want to know and they would want to develop that truth into purpose, you know, the capacity to do something with that knowledge. And last, we wanted to say that this was a moment of crisis and to not be afraid to say that this is a nation, this is a society that is in crisis, and the signs are everywhere. And Penn students can see it. They can see it at the institution, but we can all see it in the city of Philadelphia, which is something we see over and over. And we wanted to say this because with Baldwin and with our reading group Lotus, we did not want the students to be afraid. But we wanted to establish that by seeing reality, by knowing a way forward, we could take a certain responsibility for basically absolving this crisis. So I want to talk a little bit about Penn in particular, because I think it's a very specific institution, and I think it's a very hostile institution, and I want to talk about why. So I think that there are not many universities that are, well, let me put it a different way. I think that an elite university like the University of Pennsylvania is at this point inseparable from the American state and inseparable from the defense of Western civilization, and specifically Western civilization as based in the project of white supremacy. And I really want to make that clear because sometimes it can be hard to see or know from the outside, but the level of devastation and dehumanization that this wages on the students to need to comply with that ideology at a place like Penn is devastating. So just like you see with students at South Philly High who lose their innocence early, actually it's the same for Penn students, but it's a different type of innocence. Their moral innocence is lost very quickly, and like they approach spiritual death at a very, very young age. And I say this because I want to emphasize that Penn is a highly ideological institution, which is why when we were thinking about the significance of this reading group, we knew that it had to be an ideological intervention. It's such a paradoxical environment where we all know this, like the Ivy League dream, the American dream, you make it, you get to the institution, but then none of your knowledge, none of your education means anything because it doesn't help you explain what your relationship to all of the poverty in the society is. It doesn't help you explain what your relationship to the genocide is. And I mean, what does that mean for a young person who, you know, wants to know, like supposedly wanted to have knowledge in order to do something with it. So I want to emphasize Penn as highly ideological because we wanted to say that with Baldwin, a new way of seeing the world could be inherited. And to basically make that break at the level of assumptions and to bring something to this university that was basically not present anywhere else. So just to say a little bit more about, I guess, the journey, we faced a lot of challenges with our reading group. And I think, you know, we had some assumptions and hypotheses going in, and a lot of them were confirmed, which is that there's an ideological stronghold at Penn where students are really affected by ideas like identity politics, pessimism, postmodernism, Zionism, and I think that maybe more than any other thinker, it is Baldwin that can release them from the shackles of that epistemology. But it was not easy because, yeah, like basically we saw how unfree these students were in their thinking. But there's a little bit more to say about kind of the discoveries and the achievements that we made, but that part I'm going to leave to Mary.
Whoa.
In terms of, yeah, this epistemological break, I think first, like the students really wanted to know Baldwin, first of all. Like, I think there was a lot of, like at the beginning when we first started reading, I feel like we had many, many, many students
And part of it, I think, was that Baldwin so centers humanity in a way that it's very natural. And I think it was actually, it produces a certain dissonance to say, like, why does it feel so natural to actually care about humanity and to say, like, my identity is actually about the world and it's about other human beings. But then that's so counter to everything that I'm basically being taught at Penn otherwise. And I feel like having a group in which young people could honestly say, like, you know, I feel pressured to be pessimistic, or I feel pressured to basically not strive for quality. I feel pressured to try to become rich and wealthy, or to fit in and try to be popular, instead of actually being a good human being. And why is it that nobody is actually talking about that? And I feel like what we realized is that actually we learned a lot, I think, about the mechanisms of the university and how it basically like forces this ideology, because it's not just like inundating with propaganda, which it does do, but I think it's also about isolating the human being and saying you are alone, like you're the only person who thinks this way, like you are going to be crushed by the rest of society, so you better fit in. And so I think it means something to try to restore like the human relationships between students, to actually look at each other and say, like, instead of pretending that I'm all fine and that it's all good, I'm actually going to be honest with you. Like, I actually want to say, like, I'm having a hard time, I don't think this is right. And if it's not right, like, if this is wrong, like, how can I actually do right? And I feel like that's what we were trying to do in a small way, like at Campus House every Monday for the fall semester. And I think our hypothesis was basically that these are young people, like they're not children anymore, but they're also not yet adults. They're actually trying to form an identity and ask, like, who am I going to be for the rest of my life? Like, if I make these decisions now to either, yeah, turn my back on my brothers and sisters, or to actually like face them, like either way, it's going to have consequences in my life. And yeah, we thought that basically if we were able to bring these ideas to the table, and young people, if they were to take them up, like they would struggle, and we would struggle in a way that was like very personal or very direct, in that it's not really at that point like an academic or an intellectual matter. It's something that actually like has consequences on your life and at a very pivotal time. And so I think Lotus had often like a pretty existential quality, which I think was good, in that it was actually really real. And people were talking about their lives. And in a way, I think this was confirmed or taken in a big way with the student encampments of the spring of 2024, where students basically broke with the university and they said, we see the university as a part of the state. It is responsible just as much as like the US Congress in sending these bombs and paying the money to kill these children. And what that showed was that students not only knew it intellectually, but were willing to actually pay something. And when young people, I think, choose to move, they're able to move very quickly and dramatically. Like they're not necessarily locked in or ingrained with habits of like decades that have just calcified. And I think that is an achievement to know that like such a thing is possible, and I feel like that's why we want to stay at the University of Pennsylvania and keep reading. But I think the other thing is, I think, knowing the depth of the challenges and the extent to which the university is going to go, which is that after the encampments, the university is clamped down like, quite seriously, and everybody can feel the repression. And I think the question at this point is how we're actually going to struggle inside of the university. Because with Baldwin, we gained a sense of, okay, like, we don't want to just be isolated, like individualistic. We want to have a relationship with humanity. But I think now the questions that we are trying to face and also embrace is like, okay, when we say humanity, what do we mean? We know that we mean the children of Gaza, the mortal children, but we also know that that means the people of Philadelphia. And how then can we have a principled relationship when Penn is dead set on telling us exactly how we can relate to the city? Which is that we should think that we're better than everybody and that we should be scared of people, but instead how do we break that and also have actually a relationship of responsibility, of love, of humility. And so I think those are some of the things that we're going to continue to think about, but I have just a few more things. Yeah, and so. Okay, we want to read because we reached an audience, and I think knowing that we started almost 2 years ago, and like seeing people every now and then, and knowing that like 2 years have passed, the fact that we have maybe fewer people now, I think says more about how the university has actually responded in trying to go even harder against like the ideas of Baldwin, but also the fact that there is such an intense crisis and an ideological attack that Penn represents is not just an attack on the students, but it's actually an assault on all of society. Because Penn only does this to create basically a new ruling elite. And somehow there has to be a process by which their ideology actually gets into people to make them act the way that they do. And it's an anti-human attack on young people, but ultimately it bears fruit in the form of people who then take up the ruling class ideas. And that is a problem because they pay for it with their lives and also with the lives of the poor. And so there has to be an alternative because young people deserve like some actual choice between life and death and all of those consequences. And third, I think I just talked about, I guess, some of the achievements and discoveries, but at the same time, like none of this feels very conclusive to us, and there's a lot more that I think we want to do continuously, but also knowing that in the 2 years that we've read together, like the students that we've been reading with for 2 years, like we've gotten very close, like they've grown a lot, and at this point, it's not that, I'm sure they are like 5 to 10 years younger than us, but I think like we see them as peers, like we share a responsibility to this group and to the people in it. And we're developing like shared political instincts of responsibility and moral striving. And I think at this point, everybody who has stayed in the group knows and consciously says like, the most important thing to me, of all of the gifts and talents that people say that I have, actually the most precious thing to me is my moral striving. Like the moral kernel that I have is by far the most valuable thing. It does not matter how smart people tell me I am or whatever I can do. I will not give up my sense of morality.
Just to add one more thing, we also had decided, or talked together to decide whether or not we should continue the reading group after the Year of James Baldwin, but we wanted to because we felt like there was more work to be developed with Lotus. And I think sometimes we needed to step back to realize that I don't think a Lotus exists anywhere else at a university like Penn all over this country. And again, I think it's important because in it contains a kernel for what knowledge can mean for generations of young people in the future, and to basically restore an original purpose of a university as an environment that nurtures like the natural morality and the natural intellect and instinct of young people in this country. So moving forward, we want to basically bring Baldwin closer to and situate him within the Black freedom tradition so that students are able to inherit Baldwin not just as an individual, but an entire lineage, an entire worldview. And also because I think that the students have a unique political task in recapturing the American university as separate from the ideals of Western civilization, as separate from the state. And I do think, like Mary said, that's the significance of what the encampments showed. So in a lot of ways, the work has just begun with Lotus.
I think what Nuri and Michelle said is mostly what I feel about these last 3 semesters of reading together Baldwin at University of Pennsylvania. I just add maybe a few more thoughts, which is that I think even more than we understood in the beginning when we started this in the fall of 2023, we realized that Lotus and this reading group at the University of Pennsylvania was always going to be a very difficult project, simply because of what was already said of how much of an ideological battleground Penn is. And I think even after the Year of Baldwin ended and we've been exploring other ways in which to make or broaden this idea of that freedom struggle, which by the way, young people just there is no way for them to get to that knowledge or get to that history mediated by pen, or if allowed, if that history is mediated by pen, not in, you know, African American studies departments, nothing. There's just no other way. It has to be approached from that epistemology that we get from Baldwin, that we get from King. But even in our efforts to move away from Baldwin, we somehow find ourselves never completely able to move away from Baldwin, which is not a bad thing, but I find it significant because I think the reason for this is precisely the fact that Baldwin makes central this question of the moral choice, which is the central question for students at the University of Pennsylvania because of what Michelle said, that moral innocence that's so immediately killed in you. But then there's also another kind of innocence that never is allowed to die, where you're never allowed to grow up, you're never allowed to take responsibility for anything, because basically your understanding of the world, your relationship with a city like Philadelphia, with Black people, is all mediated on Penn's terms. And this is why I agree with what Nouri and Michelle both said, that the encampments was such a great feedback, where these students were not only saying, no, this cannot be the sum total of our education, but they were also in their own ways, and perhaps not without contradictions, trying to reach the people of Philadelphia. And the other thing that we did last year was a teach-in at the encampments. Actually, it was the last day of the encampments. The encampments were taken down the day after we did this teach-in, where Dr. Montero spoke and Catherine Blunt spoke and Nouri moderated, where what we were trying to do was to say that there is a tradition to fall back upon. There is a tradition that you can fall back upon, draw upon, in trying to figure out what is a way out of this pen-mediated worldview. Yeah, so I just wanted to add that. Yeah. The next group we're going to hear from is the Parkway Central Library. So I call Emily Dong and Serafina Harris.
We did not mean to match, but we ended up matching. So before we begin, we just all wanted to acknowledge both Paulina and Charles, who are both part of our Central Branch Free Library Group. And I hope this isn't weird for you, but we really love you, and I want you to know that. So I hope that you don't just become a stranger. Well, so we wanted to start with the Central Branch of the Free Library by saying we started in, I think, March of last year. And similar to other people, we wanted to talk about the institution first, which is, like Doc, he told us a lot about the Central Branch of the Free Library because it was the library that he would go to when he was little. And when he first said that, I thought it was really weird because when you go into the library, the Central Branch of the Free Library today, I could not imagine like young Doc going there because it's not really a library that I think it's not really a place where I think as many people necessarily go to read. The way that Doc would talk about how he would go there to read or get books. And actually, we were worried that when we went to the Central Branch of the Free Library, that they might just say flat out, no, you can't do anything with us. Because in the past, when we had approached the Central Branch of the Free Library, there was this really wonderful librarian named Miss Renee, who was always really open to the free school, but she retired. And, you know, she kind of represents that old guard of librarians who really cared about her job. She wanted to make the library a place where the people could go, where you could find ideas. And I'm sure you guys know this, but a lot of institutions in Philly are very bureaucratic. Like, it's kind of a game of gatekeeping. Like, ooh, do you have enough money? Should you get to use the space or no? And this time when we went to the Central Branch of the Free Library, we approached them to partner with us for the Year of Baldwin. Because that summer of 2023, so 2 years ago, they happened to be showing I Am Not Your Negro. And the two librarians who were putting on I Am Not Your Negro was, there were two librarians who were part of the Education, Philosophy, and Religion department, which is such a fascinating department because they're putting together all the things that I feel like are involved in Baldwin's life: education, religion, and philosophy. And so we approached these two young librarians who were new. And they, Grace and Emma, who aren't here, but we asked them, can we partner with you for the Year of James Baldwin? It's going to be 1 year long. We're going to do reading groups, podcasts, events, exhibits, everything. And they said, sure. And we partnered with them, and we had our inauguration in their Skyline room. It's where, like, it's usually locked most of the time. It's on the 4th floor. It has these glass windows, and most of the time they're booked up for weddings because people like pay a lot of money to get married there. And so not a lot of people use it for events, but Grace and Emma said, we're going to reserve this room for the Year of Baldwin to inaugurate it. And we ended up doing our reading group at Parkway Central Library at first every other week, but we quickly realized we have to do it every week to keep up the momentum. And I mainly wanted to talk about what we read. We read No Name in the Street and The Fire Next Time, two huge works in Baldwin's life. The Fire Next Time, which is arguably Baldwin's most famous work, is written in 1963, and it marks the period where he joins the revolutionary struggle of the civil rights movement in the South. And we also read No Name in the Street, which marks the second chapter of his life. He wrote it in 1971. And that marks after King's assassination. Baldwin is asking, where will the revolutionary struggle go from here? And the two things I wanted to point out was just that we, first of all, actually two things. The first is that at first we just marveled at Baldwin's language. You cannot read Baldwin and not think that he is a genius. Like, literally a genius of geniuses. And you know nowadays when you give out like Marvel Genius Awards, and you're like, I have no idea who this person is. Like, you know, there are all these awards for this guy's a genius, this guy's a genius. But James Baldwin is a genius. And he makes it clear that he did not come from money. He is a black man. He's from Harlem. And he also graduated high school. He didn't go to college, and he's a genius. The way he writes, it's like the way a painter like Leonardo da Vinci, the Sistine Chapel, his mastery of the English language. And it's not just the word choice, it's also the rhythm. It's like the rhythm. It sounds like you can hear exactly where you're meant to be when you read his work. And so a lot of our reading group was spent just marveling at his language. And the people who came to our reading group, they were from all over. Like, you had young people, you had older people, you had white people, you had a French chef, you had a Latvian woman, and we were all marveling over this man. If anyone deserves to be called genius, it's James Baldwin. Like, for humanity, honestly, he's humanity's like greatest flower. He deserves to be treated like that. But the second thing was just that reading No Name in the Street and The Fire Next Time, which are like works, huge works for us to read together out loud. It was also us discovering our freedom struggle together. Because too often we call it the Black freedom struggle, but what that means is our freedom struggle, the American struggle. It's just that people don't want to recognize it as our struggle because they want to just confine it as if it was just about civil rights for a select group of people. But really what it was a struggle to demand people to look in the mirror and ask yourself, do we deserve more in this country? Why are you okay with certain people being treated a certain way and being ousted from certain jobs, from certain trade unions, and then from certain schools too? And so it was us discovering our freedom struggle, which is so important for today. And the second thing I just want to say is, by the end of the reading group, I feel like we're also asking the most essential human philosophical questions that ought to be asked today. It was things like, it was especially because we ended by reading Freaks in the American Ideal of Manhood, which I know many of the other groups read too. But we were asking questions like, do you think freedom can be achieved? Like, do you think freedom can be achieved, or do you think it can't be achieved? Because no one would like to admit to themselves, oh, I don't think freedom can be achieved. Okay, why then? And why would you want to believe that? Like, what does it mean for you to always want to believe that freedom can be achieved? And then what does it demand of you? What does it demand of us? And then the second philosophical question that was brought up was, do you have to love yourself to love humanity? Or do you have to love humanity to love yourself? Or is it both? Like, that was a question I remember us debating. And that's actually a revolutionary question. Because do you think you can define yourself in of yourself? Or do you think you need humanity or struggle or something external to be able to define who you are, who you want to be? And that's the difference. So yeah, I just want to stop there and let you talk about the institution some more, especially Doc's recent talk.
I guess the library, prior to the Year of Baldwin, we did a Year of Du Bois, where a lot of the ideas of the Year of Baldwin came from reading groups, primarily. And I think we got a lot more creative this year. With Du Bois, we were also at the library, and that was in 2018 or 2019. And Doc, I, and a couple other people from preschool were reading The Souls of Blackwell. And a room in the library that you have to go down a corridor. And it's like kind of an older section now of the library where there's been a lot of advancements in the architecture, I guess, a different style change, as new management has also come to the library. And the story about that is to say that you've already made a point. The library is and can be a palace of the people of Philadelphia. And is for that to be achieved. And, you know, I'm kind of like sitting back because I'm really amazed at the complex struggle we waged with the Year of Baldwin. And I wanted to step back and say that we are dealing with forces with different dynamics and at different stages of the struggle. In schools, there's a deliberate choice. The schools should be palaces for the people. With the universities, there's a struggle there. The universities should be a palace of the people, so that the people can not only achieve a sense of maturity, a sense that their dreams and aspirations, goals, can be done, but that they deserve it. And I guess that's one of the points of why we struggled with the Year of Baldwin in this way, strategically. So the library also was a part of that. We did have the inauguration, beginning the Year of Baldwin, and we also had a showing of the documentary that we were to make during the Year of Baldwin, and we also had the art exhibit at the library. And each moment of the year proved to be special. A coming force, it's a force of bringing together the community, ourselves, music, and our vision to make the library not just of social services where the homeless would go to, or because that's also what you're saying as people who are attending your group, those who are here, and those people that you wouldn't see, you know, in the city, going throughout your day, on the trains, on the buses, and everywhere. Geniuses, all of them, Janets, and others just with everything that they own on them, or everything that they know inside their hearts and minds. And even if there were a variety of relationships people had to their own education and how they made their money, and what we were struggling with was for those people that came to the library slowly and steadily, those people who wouldn't be named, but have names, have faces, have families, have dreams, have thoughts. And the reading groups is for them. The reading group is for the people of Philadelphia. And I think that coming together came also with the most recent event that Doc spoke at, talking about science, and Leonardo da Vinci, and Du Bois. And whether that be because of the reading group or because there's a percolating happening within the new young hirees at the library who have seen what the philosophy and education and history department have done or have, made a link to. But the majority of people who attended that event were also those unnamed people who you would pass by, as well with the teachers asking questions about the schools again, or university students, and I think that what the struggle that we had at the library proved to be successful, as you said, not only in terms of the trust and consolidation that we had to communicate ideas to each other, but the fact that you could go to the library to learn again, instead of the library as a NGO or as some shell of what it used to be. And I think that was the point. I think there's a lot more to do. I'm seeing that, as the Year of Baldwin is ending. But what we've achieved, I am glad that we were able to do it. And I'm glad that, there's people who experience that level of trust with knowledge and trying, as it applies to achieving freedom, which never went away. Even if people haven't been given, or everything has been stripped, whether that be the schools, or the libraries, or the hospitals, or the whole transportation system, or the housing complexes, or the way, I think that we're using we're turning back on functions that can be working again by the people, basically.
I just wanted to say that from what you guys were saying, it reminded me that one of the biggest successes of the literacy campaign last year was us being able to go to these institutions of the people, or which should be for the people, and form these relationships, political relationships. And I do think it's very significant to have or find people like Emma and Grace who, even despite the big shout out to Emma and Grace, but who would basically see value in a project like this and actually be ready to defend it, because I don't think the Free Library in itself is not without, its hostility towards certain ideological predispositions or a certain way to see Baldwin. And I think this is also what Serafina you were touching upon, but maybe I'll put it in an explicit question. Could you say a little more about what sense you have of what it means to celebrate Baldwin or read Baldwin like we did in the central branch of the Free Library in Philadelphia? What implications that has for the city of Philadelphia? I mean, this may be a question that's hard to answer now, and maybe it's revealed in time, but so.
Well, I don't know, this doesn't really answer your question, but I just wanted to ask what Serafino said, which is just that the Year of Baldwin showed, especially with the reading groups, that if we, like we in this room, if we make a way for freedom, the people will take it up. Literally, the people want, like, it's what you said, it's like what you said so beautifully about freedom, that even for us, I'm sure it's in all reading groups, but our reading group at the Parkway Central Library really was about us showing the power of knowledge, that knowledge is created by people, the people, us, people. And it's created, and like to even take that step to want to read Baldwin, to be part of creating knowledge, which just doesn't belong to some like group of people at the top who have degrees or whatever. It's, we make knowledge every day for freedom, for the purpose of freedom. And if we can make a way, people will take it up. And that's what free school is. That's what we're doing right now. That's the Society of Free School. It's about making a way, like clearing the way, clearing the way.
The last group we'll hear from is the Lucian Blackwell Library. So I call Shambarto and Kathy.
Hello everyone. It's kind of an honor to kind of go after all these other reading groups because I think it lays out a lot of what this year has really meant. And before I officially jump into talking about the Lucian Blackwell Library, just wanted to lay out a little bit of context about the reading group that Shambarto and I were part of before starting the Lucian Blackwell reading group in November. Corbett, you had previously alluded to the fact that the two of us actually began our journey when we decided in March 2024, when we decided to embark on the literacy campaign for liberation through the Year of James Baldwin reading groups, actually at a different location in West Philadelphia. It was at Making World Bookstore, which is at 45th Street, and in other words, it really was centered on a more leftist and activist idea of a bookstore and a cooperative. And while we learned quite a bit from the two of us, really setting up a reading group, developing a relationship with the staff on site, and trying to bring people to this reading group, logistically, it did not work out, especially around August. So I believe we were there for about 4 months. And when that happened, it was, a moment where we kind of looked at ourselves and said, were we satisfied with that effort? And was this the end of a reading group in West Philadelphia? And actually, the more we talked, the more we realized, no, we weren't satisfied just yet. There was actually a West Philadelphia that actually we didn't seem to realize, we didn't actually get to know West Philadelphia very well, and actually when we looked at the kind of institutions we would want to bring the reading group to, we actually looked westward. We looked towards, 52nd Street, and we looked towards the Lucian Blackwell Library. And there we sort of realized, for at least the two of us, we have both lived in West Philadelphia for at least 3 years, for me almost 4, now 5 years. And there is a whiter West Philadelphia, a college-educated West Philadelphia, but there is also a Black working class West Philadelphia. And we weren't yet ready to say James Baldwin and West Philadelphia was a done deal. And so we actually approached the West Philadelphia Library on 52nd Street, named after actually a great hero of the people, Lucian Blackwell. Yes. Has really been a champion of the people here in the city, and for a library in West Philadelphia to be named after him, I think is really special. And we walked in, and we were, we had just approached the first librarian we saw, and that was Barbara Brown, and we want to give her a huge shout out. She's not here. We talked through what it would be unified celebration of this revolutionary. And we knew that it's a lot for a library, as you know, we've been talking through what it means to work with a city institution facing many kinds of pressures, and you know, libraries themselves not always having even the resources or the funding and the space and the capacity to take on new things. But actually, Barbara listened very patiently, and as a rather like quiet person, at the very end of what we were presenting, we weren't sure what she was thinking, but she actually was very, very enthusiastic. And in many ways, it was a great sign that essentially a people's institution can actually be achieved and opened up for a very democratic discussion and a place for people to discover ideas, to work through, struggle, maybe even disagree, but actually at the end of the day, come together for what it means to, confront the crisis and the questions facing our times. And so, yeah, we actually began the reading group a week after the presidential election, so mid-November. We knew it was going to be very difficult to, we knew it was going to be very difficult to do all the fear-mongering and all of this election messaging that was really targeting especially Philadelphia and West Philadelphia. And once that passed, Barbara actually worked really, really closely with us to promote this reading very widely, and she even took all the Baldwin books that were in that library, created a beautiful display at the very front. Every day when we walked up to the library, she created a sandwich board that had here is James, come at 4:30 for James Baldwin reading group out there every single day. Like, they were very proud to have a James Baldwin reading group at their premises every Tuesday. And we were also asking Barbara, like, if it's really difficult to reserve their private room, for where you usually hold meetings, would it actually be all right for our reading group to actually take place on the floor of the library? Maybe we'll have some, noise complaints, maybe we'll be too visible, but that way there is a way for us to hold this meeting every single week. And actually, she obliged and actually made it possible for basically as soon as you walk into that library, next to the bookshelf, next to all the patrons trying to read their books and do their work, put together 4 tables and a whole bunch of chairs for us to meet. And in that way, actually, our reading group, and I like the way you put it, we got to really know the people, and also the people really got to know us, because it was very difficult to keep our voices down. We got very into our heated conversations, but in some ways that's kind of good, right? Shouldn't that be what the library is about? Shouldn't that be what the library is, like an active hub for people asking questions, like getting to know one another, talking to one another honestly and openly? And so, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but essentially every single week we were so surprised, advertising it only about a week or 2 before it started, but I will say we were really, really lucky that almost 20 plus people came every single week, and we were very Denise a shout out, Alila a shout out, I know for ideas in Baldwin, but in some ways, I think one of our members of the reading group put it really well one day, which is that we were all coming together around that table for Baldwin, but actually is Baldwin sort of a flame to which all of us, like moths, who are so dissatisfied with the way things are, so searching for answers to our burning questions about why we are in the crisis we are today. What can we do for actually coming together and creating a new world that we're actually proud of to allow our children to grow up in? And why is it that all of this knowledge, all of this revolutionary inheritance is so hard to access, it's so hard for us to be able to capture today? And so in many ways, I feel what was so beautiful and I'm so forever grateful for is this experience of yeah, like all of us who came to the reading group in many ways brought this urgency, this sense of a political task, and that task being like, yeah, what are we going to do? And why are we, like, what has happened to the society to make it so hard to even answer that question, to even know one another? And yeah, I just so appreciated that every time we came together, we were just, there was a clear purpose to why we were meeting. And no one would have been satisfied leaving that group if we hadn't actually asked those important questions and talked through things. And many points, of course, like, as we mentioned, it's easy to have, yeah, like basically it is important that we drew out all of our different assumptions, that we had disagreements, but we brought it out to the open, and we asked ourselves, like, well, does this idea belong in our revolutionary consciousness that we want to have a movement? Well, does that idea belong? And so I think it was something that I am really grateful for, that maturity and the space to be able to have such complex discussions, and also that we were able to challenge one another, to demand that we grow alongside one another and actually create new types of relationships. And really, like in many ways, I don't know if any of us would have met in any other circumstance, but because we all made a choice every single Tuesday at 4:30 to say, like, I not only want to read Baldwin in a group, but I want to do so with other people, and I want that to mean something, and I want that to be the beginning of a larger commitment to freedom and to revolution. Even if that's not what we all set out or in the morning to do explicitly, that's essentially what I feel like we all realize we long for all along. And so I think I'll pass it over to Shabarta to add on to whatever I'm missing, and also maybe talk through some of our discoveries as well.
Well, I wanted to begin where Kathy ended, with our move from the meeting with bookstore. And I think what we really got to see was that this was the first reading group where I think I saw the most frank discussions we could have regarding our assumptions. And when I say that, I mean that all of us who come to the reading group, all these reading groups, we all come from different assumptions, from different walks of life. And we chose our readings I think in an unusual way. We began at an unusual place. We began with, this essay that Emily mentioned, called The Greeks and the American Ideal of Manhood, which he writes in the late 80s. And it's an unusual essay, and we chose it because it goes to the heart of the assumptions that center Baldwin today. Like if we look at Baldwin the way the ruling class wants us to look at Baldwin, is to be seen as a cultural, a queer icon, and so on. And what this really comes from is, this set of assumptions, or how we approach, or what we think of knowledge. How do we know? In other words, epistemology. And it really comes from a postmodern epistemology, which comes from experts at the university. In other words, it comes from the white world. And what we saw is, like, what this idea tells us is that your relationship with Baldwin, or your relationship with knowledge, is mediated by who you are, and like what categories of identity you subscribe to. And I think it was, I think, a profound discovery for us that in reading Baldwin together in a reading group like the Lucian Blackwell, we immediately got to fight with these ideas, and we got to establish that we are all here reading Baldwin together because we believe that we need a principled basis for unity, for us to come together. And we saw that the ideological sway, like for instance what Purva, Michelle, and Nuri were talking about in Lotus, ideas that they were struggling with, these also have sway in Black Philadelphia. They also have sway in institutions like Lucian Blackwell. But what we did see was that the people coming together, we can fight them, and we can actually have a democratic debate. And which is why what you're mentioning about the reading group being held at the center of the library, it meant that literally, like, no matter how many people joined the reading group, it was the entire library who participated in the conversation. And we would have people listening in all the time, and like trying to chime in. We had people joining in like randomly, but we really saw that for us to come together, we had to fight these ideas out. and to establish that we can all move Baldwin on Baldwin's terms. And I think this was important for us to discover, because we all come from like the university world. We are constantly told that this is the way you subscribe to your relationship to knowledge is subscribed through identity politics and postmodernism and so on. But this reading group, I think, proved to us the capacity of the people, and especially the capacity of Black people in West Philadelphia. And the other thing I wanted to say was, like while we fought out, with these ideas and we struggled with them, we also were able to put important questions on the table. And I think one of the most important questions that we dealt with was the meaning of a revolution. And we have dealt with this question throughout the year. Like, what is a revolution, and what kind of a revolution, what kind of a revolution has been possible in America, and what kind of a revolution is needed today. And I say this because I think we discovered that it's not enough to think of a revolution in terms of action and taking over power and so on, because the first revolution is an internal one. You have to first struggle with yourself. You have to first struggle with your own assumptions. That's where it begins. And I think in our discussions with everyone, and we're all strangers to each other. Not only Kathy and me and Jeremiah who's not here today, and the rest, everyone else, but also amongst ourselves. We didn't we don't all have the same assumptions to begin with, and we figured that we had to struggle with each other. And I think it was really beautiful, because I got to know Kathy and Jeremiah like I've never known them, and I think it was because we had to struggle with each other, we had to fight each other, and this is pretty much how it worked with everyone else who came to the reading group, because we would not always agree on everything, and we would have to fight it out. But it was a proof that these questions are for the people to fight out, are for us to struggle together and reach a new place. Which is, why we decided at the end of it. I mean, also this was the first reading group that I had ever seen, a public reading group, which never lost steam. I mean, we had 25 people every week coming in for 4 months. I don't take it for granted that, it could happen like that. So what Kathy was saying, we saw that people are really hungry for ideas. So we are going to move on starting from next month. And we decided to go, deeper into King, and we decided to go there because the other revolutionary question that came up was really this question of what does it mean to be an American? And I think it's an important question today because the ruling class constantly wants to obscure the meaning of that. And I think that's because the American people today, we are at a new stage where we're reaching a revolutionary time where the question of who we are is going to become ever more important, and we cannot afford any obscurity in terms of who we are. And that's why going to Baldwin is so important, because it makes it clear that the meaning of American is your relationship to struggle. I mean, interestingly, Baldwin finds out he discovers what it means to be an American when he's in France. And also, when faced with the question, I also remember, it was Triva, one of the people who came to a reading group, who brought this question up. And I remember thinking when she was asking that I never knew what it meant to be an Indian until I saw Baldwin, until I came here. And I think it's an important question because you have to make a conscious moral choice at every stage about what your life is going to be about. So, these are important questions that I think we had to face and struggle with. And I think we'll keep doing it for a while. So this is what we have.
I went to this reading group as often as I could, so I don't have questions for you. But I did see what you mean, the difference it made to be at the floor of the library and have the reading group just grow in real time by people just listening to the conversation that was going on. And honestly, I feel like of many reading groups that we've been part of and seen, this was one where I felt the most free to speak my mind, to be dumb sometimes and ask dumb questions because they're questions. But I want to thank Roberto and Kathy for that very comprehensive reading group. And with that, James Baldwin for a whole year, and we've learned so much, and thank you. Next up, we have Serafina Harris, who's going to talk about the documentary on James Baldwin that the school produced. Yay!
Before Doc tells me that I speak too much, I do want to say that the Year of Du Bois, to bring that back up again, was something, and the Year of Baldwin was something very special too. And I bring that up because I feel like there's a lot of like context that the documentary needs. And basically, what I wanted to bring up was why did we make a documentary about what we entitled God's Revolutionary Voice, James Arthur Baldwin? Or why are we calling this event what are we calling this event?
Forever.
Forever. I was about to say something different. Forever Revolutionary, James Baldwin. And what I keep reflecting upon is the journey that I think I personally had with free school. And what I'm also reflecting upon is what I said before, the qualitative leaps that we've made to become closer to the city of Philadelphia, for Philadelphia to become close to us, and why that would at all be important is so we have a certain certainty of what we're doing. One of the questions that free school gets a lot is what it is, meaning what is free school? What are we trying to attempt to become? Why, after all this time, after all these years, do we still struggle for a better world? And we get those questions in different ways, and we have to justify ourselves in different ways. But after this year, I think we have to justify ourselves a lot less, or maybe not at all. Because what's clear is our imperative. We want to be free. We want to be able to actualize our destiny. And, you know, it's just that everybody in this room I'm particularly close to. Everybody has seen me, I've seen everybody kind of grow in a lot of ways. One of the reading groups that, you know, we have ongoing reading groups on top of going to free school every Saturday. And one of the reading groups that we have, I had asked Doc like what we should call when I guess maybe a year or two, I forget exactly when, but when we had come to preschool, me and my brother had also started a reading group at Temple, because I was like, damn if Temple's gonna be a gentrifier, damn if Temple's gonna just kick Doc out and think that we're just gonna teach anything that isn't important, basically. And I wasn't really, I know that there was a lot with those questions that didn't really fulfill itself at Temple, and Temple is another battleground to wage. But we had called it the W.B. Du Bois and James Baldwin Reading Collective. And we had studied Baldwin, we had studied Du Bois, and the difference that it made mattered, I see now later, when we had asked, why Baldwin in 2020, now when we had started thinking about the year of Baldwin 2023, why did we choose Baldwin to celebrate for 2024? Not only for his centenary, but what makes him a revolutionary figure for our time. And there are theoretical and ideological questions that we didn't have fully answered prior to the year of Baldwin. Though we have read Baldwin extensively, we've read his novels, we have read his essays, we have read his most famous essays, and I think what was percolating alongside our study of so much, whether that be Du Bois, whether that be the anti-colonial and Pan-African movements, the freedom struggles, our celebrations of China, our celebrations of India. I know that that the Year of Baldwin would be something different. And I had a feeling that it would be very special. And so we had, or, you know, I don't really want to take anything away from anybody, but I knew that we were going to make this documentary. And we haven't done that before. One of the things that we're discovering within ourselves is what are the extents that we can do. And it's a kind of interesting thing because Free School gets all these questions about, are we a leftist organization? And I think what the documentary shows is that not only are we so far beyond something in the terminology or in the language of leftist, I know that we come upon a new language to discover how to synthesize knowledge in the modern period that has yet to even attempt to synthesize knowledge from Martin Luther King, James Baldwin, and W.B. Du Bois. And I believe that, you know, I think that that's something that we do. And so we attempted to make a documentary. It first started out with a 30-minute clip that we had shown at the beginning of the inauguration of Baldwin. But because we were unsatisfied with that clip, which honestly wasn't that bad, we still, the whole point was to like make it, you know, right, you know, and that's a whole big thing sometimes, you know, to do it the right way and to say what needs to be said, to further it to the most truthful degree. But so there was a process that happened in making that documentary. And Michelle had brought it up earlier, but the 10th anniversary, celebrating the 10th anniversary also managed something, a certain consolidation around free school and how we feel about free school and what it is that I feel like we had a certain trust with what we've been talking about every Saturday. And so the people who made the documentary expanded when we were finishing the documentary. So I will say that all of Free School did make the documentary. But the majority of the theoretical and ideological work happened in the process of maybe a year, or maybe close to like 8 months, of talking through that simple question. What made Baldwin a revolutionary? And what is basically the reason for our time to celebrate him and to have him as a weapon for struggle and for transformation. Yes. And so Emily, I, and Doc had, well, actually, to the most part, I really do think it was kind of Emily and Doc were working out a bunch of stuff. But what happened was is that after the documentary, it served as a theoretical basis for the rest of the year. And our language was formed around the documentary. And so that's why I was particularly nervous to kind of like, you know, say something about the documentary, because it wasn't just a movie.
That's right.
It gave us a way to see, it gave us a way to talk about the revolutionary struggle of Baldwin. And so there were, I guess, 3 major like theoretical and ideological achievements. Not only concretizing and letting it be known, honestly, that Baldwin is a revolutionary for, like we had said earlier, among the constellation of the modern universe. I think we had, what I want to say, we recognized or was able to articulate the revolutionary chronology within which Baldwin stands. And it's many a times throughout the documentary and rewatching the documentary that was shown, basically said in the genealogy of James Baldwin came from the defeat of Reconstruction. And so that's a wording, that's like kind of like a topic. What do you mean the defeat of Reconstruction? What do you mean a Baldwin, a black man from Harlem? Genealogy? And when we talk about chronology, we're talking about the anti-slavery struggle. And we're also talking about what is told, which is also something that Purba hinted at earlier, what is told about our revolutionary chronology, which is incorrect, which is the idea of a liberal or a European chronology that extends itself or is dependent upon the 1884, what was it? 1848 revolution and the theoretical advancements of Lenin, Marx. And this is to say that, you know, I care about thought, we care about thought, and we also know about this thought. It's not something to be ashamed of, though we are in a counter-revolutionary moment that spurs anti-communism. It just does. But so making that argument, at first, at least to the response that I had, I was like, how does this fit? Does it fit? Will people see that it fits? And those basic questions were answered by saying that the reason why we talk about the transformation of, in this case, what we were calling whiteness, what we're calling Europe, what did you say? There's something I knew. What's the next page? Okay. The reason why it's important is because we're talking about, like, basically that we're moving to a new section in history. And what is the energetic, or what is the force that drives history? Is it going to be Europe, or is it going to be Afroasia? And there's a way that you said it in the documentary that I'm just not finding now. And I'm sorry that I'm missing it, but I'll figure it out. So basically, the other tenet that we had kind of like thought through, chronology and was that the only two? Okay. Okay, sorry. So what? Yeah. So basically, that you know, yeah. There's a lot of times that I've talked with school, and honestly, this is one of the hardest. Just because of the amount that we thought through, and I apologize. But anyway, so I guess I thought it was 3, but it turns out it was also the other part of the documentary was the point about love. And as a revolutionary force, the human striving to be fully human. And as it completes, it completes itself as the revolutionary struggle. Why we're king? Okay, so the thing is what happened is that when Martin Luther King was talking about that epistles like St. John or Love is God, we also put in the background like John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, and have that compilation, you know, of the people's movement, basically. Like there's a lot of dimensions about the documentary that were technical and like moral, that were really beautiful. Yes. And so I don't think that, you know, it would be profound, really, to talk about love like that, but in a loveless society, and in a situation which is very anti-human, you know, you kind of can understand why this documentary served as a vessel for water in the desert. Wow. And, you know, again, I think that it created a certain storm. I don't think that people who were unable to see, people who can't see Baldwin for who he is, and because I'm trying not to say like white people who do not care about really Black people of this country that take up the essence and the character of being human in this country, who talk as if, you know, a podcast on YouTube would solve all of our problems. I know that they wouldn't give two anything about Baldwin as a person of theoretical significance. And the only reason why I bring that up is to say that we did, because of all the reasons that you see before you today, with the book clubs, with all of our attempts to make real the revolutionary, emancipatory, democratic struggle that the people and us, we have become. And so that happened, and we made the documentary, and thus then we showed the documentary. The next question is, how are people to respond? Were people going to come at all? And that served as another gauge of the temperature, because I think that, you know, events that preschool has done, there have been times when we were in a certain place that was kind of foggy, and we hadn't had that direct conversation with all the beautiful people that I'm talking to right now, that I feel like I'm talking too long to, and it's becoming really dry, you know, I don't mean to do that. But like, what I'm saying is that when people came, they came. And I was telling an experience, you know, showing this documentary at the library and at Lost Number 12. We've also shown this documentary in Chicago, which, if there's time, I haven't taken up at all. Magna and Johanna talked to, and we've also shown this documentary at Lucian Blackwell, and I'm probably missing other things. So the experiences that I had while watching other people watch the documentary that we made was actually really beautiful. And that's what showed me that, yes, I know that we are enlivening, empowering. Yes. I know that we are telling the truth. And I know that what we're doing is very powerful. Yes. And an idea whose time has come. Yes. You know, I think that I was not afraid of what the power that free school bestows upon not only ourselves, but the city of Philadelphia. And now I'm ready to be with these people that, you know, we worked so closely with, that also feel the same amount of empowerment and vision and belief that we can talk and serve as vessels for the future, basically, for a future that we wish to exist. And so that's all I really wanted to report back on that. Thanks for listening.
We will be brief. I think actually Serafina said a lot of the ideological substance of what we wanted to say, just related to the documentary. When we screened it in Chicago, the student minister, Ishmael Muhammad, when he came into the library, we'll give the context, but he was not supposed to be in the auditorium watching the documentary, but he said, no, I want to come in. I've seen it and I want to see it again. So I just think it really, really is a very, very powerful way of putting into words the power and depth of James Baldwin. You know, the other thing I was thinking just about, you know, Baldwin in Chicago. So we are official, unofficial Chicago branch of the Saturday Free School from the Austin. And yeah, I mean, just to say that the ideas, and there's also an India branch as well, but the ideas are absolutely universal. They have universal human resonance. In particular, a city like Chicago, the city of Mayor Harold Washington, who really encapsulates everything that James Baldwin and W.B. Du Bois and Martin Luther King were fighting for. And the city, the kind of governance, the kind of relationships that people must have with one another. And just this thing of the moral choice that people are bringing up. I was just thinking about it in relation to the machine. And the machine is something that's very strong, the Democratic Party machine. And the Democratic Party machine is very strong in Chicago. And the machine is really a negation of the moral choice that Baldwin says, put your interest before everything else. You know, don't believe in people, don't believe in love, don't believe in sacrifice, believe in opportunism. But this idea that Baldwin says that, you know, we will make a way through knowledge and love. So we did a Year of Baldwin in Chicago as well. We did reading groups, we did screenings. Also during as many of you know, the Democratic National Convention was held in Chicago. So we also held an event thinking of how does the work of James Baldwin speak to the Democratic National Convention and the whole narrative that the ruling class was putting together, that this is what the people feel. But what does Baldwin say? What does he say about the moral choice? What does he say about peace and allegiance to humanity over allegiance to self? And so I think Jahan will speak more about the actual event, but just to say that even though we've been doing multiple events, we wanted to do one really grand celebration in Chicago because not much was being done for Baldwin. So we reached out to the Harold Washington Library in Chicago, which it is one of the most magnificent buildings I've ever had the privilege of being in. It's 9 floors, and it really is a palace of the people, coming out of many, many years and decades of struggle, named after the great Harold Washington, who also Baldwin actually supported his campaign. He was part of a committee, Artists for Harold Washington. And so we had reached out to the library, and they're saying, we would love to do a celebration of Harold Washington. And the initial response we got back was very bureaucratic. Sorry, this is booked up for the next 3 years or whatever. But we got an email from the African American Heritage Committee saying that we would love to celebrate Baldwin.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really wonderful and very encouraging, and just just amid gentrification and privatization and just this assault on the poor, especially Black Philadelphia, this building really does stand as a palace for the people. And so I'll let Jahan speak about the actual event and what happened and the political significance and what we learned.
Yes, I'll just say a few things. I'll just say a few things because time is short, but as Meghna said, the event was held in early November, I think just about 2 days before the presidential election. And we really felt that there was a terrible lack of substance in all the discussions happening about the presidential election. There was a lot of talk about democracy, but the way the ruling class and the mainstream media and so on was using democracy was in a very reactionary way, a very white supremacist way. And so we felt that we had to bring this documentary into the discussion. So in a way, we were head-to-head with all the get out the vote and other things happening. But the roundtable, which we had after the documentary, was a very significant roundtable. It consisted of Dr. Montero, a teacher from Chicago named Ms. Tasha Robinson, Meghna, and as Meghna mentioned, we were very honored to have Student Minister Ishmael Muhammad, who's the National Assistant Student Minister to the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, a very humble, moral, decent man who we've been privileged to build a relationship with. And so the discussion focused a lot on this question of democracy. Doc gave a very powerful analysis of the situation in Chicago. He really criticized the Democratic Party machine, criticized the mayor by name, even criticized the library for not properly honoring Baldwin this year. And the, that's cool operates. Yes, the audience was very into it. Actually, in the question and answers, the burning question really from people was expressing anger at how can this beautiful legacy of the Black freedom struggle, how can it be co-opted by the Democratic National Convention, by the Kamala Harris campaign? How can it be co-opted to essentially justify genocide, world war? And people ask the question, what is the value if we allow this to happen? And so just another significant moment I would like to talk about was a particular back and forth that happened between Doc and Minister Ishmael Muhammad and Ms. Tasha Robinson. You know, they had Doc and Minister Ishmael had a very beautiful dynamic, very brotherly dynamic. And there was a point, there was a question which we had, which was based on a quote from Baldwin, which said, Baldwin essentially asked, do I really want to be integrated into a burning house? And so Minister Ishmael basically said something to the effect that the house, as the nation, the country, the system is burning down, and that we must build something new once it is burned down. Tasha Robinson, who was a teacher, said that we should wait until the house is in fact burned down. And Doc made the point that if we don't, that the house may be burning, and it may be good that it's burning the system, but if we don't show the people a future, that they may burn down with the house. And Doc also made the point that perhaps we should permanently take the word wait out of our vocabulary, drawing on Baldwin and also King's concept of the fierce urgency of now. And I think this was very much appreciated by the participants and even by Minister Ishmael. The following day, we were very warmly invited to Mosque Maryam by Minister Ishmael. And in fact, Minister Ishmael incorporated this discussion into his sermon. And he really made a point of saying, you're right, Dr. Montero, we cannot wait. We must work, and we are working. The Nation of Islam and the Free School, together with other friends and allies, are working on showing the people an alternative. And so, you know, we cannot overemphasize how important this reception was. Minister Ishmael actually asked his congregation to make sure to study Baldwin. He recognized us for our work, so that was very beautiful. And this year, we were also invited to Savior's Day. I see some people who I saw at Savior's Day here in the house today. We were invited to Savior's Day, and we were given very warm treatment. Again, I think reflecting our relationship. And there was even a moment in Minister Ishmael's Savior's Day sermon, which it appeared to us, and I don't want to exaggerate, but it appeared to us that some threads from our dialogue were even present in the sermon, particularly the point that the election of Trump is not something to be feared, but is a unique moment of crisis of the US state and hence an opportunity for the people. And secondly, another thing that we talked about in our discussion, that the battle of ideas is very important, that we must challenge the reactionary ideas pushed by the ruling class at home and abroad. And so we were very happy to see the Nation of Islam sending this message at a time when others are really in a state of fear and panic and confusion. And so this really confirmed for us the importance of our relationship with the Nation of Islam. We learned a lot about Chicago being new, that, as Megan said, the Democratic Party is in crisis, but is trying to throw out these ideas in Chicago. The people are suffering, but are also hungry for new ideas, the vision of Baldwin. And there's much work that we all have to do, but we see that we have friends in Mosque Mariam and the Nation of Islam and the various libraries and other institutions. And so we're not alone, and that we must continue the struggle to build essentially a new nation and a new people. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Crystal, and it's an honor and privilege to be here today. I'm honestly feeling a little bit nervous, today I'm going to try to talk about two things. I'm going to be talking about the Afroasiatic Peace Concert, the political significance of the Afroasiatic Peace Concert that we had in celebration of Baldwin's 100th birthday, and let's get into it. So, I think, first of all, I just want to introduce myself and say that this is very emotional for me because it was about 1 year ago today that I decided to move to the city of Philadelphia in order to be part of the Year of James Baldwin. And I remember actually what catalyzed it was reading Baldwin's essays, specifically the creative process and the artist's struggle for integrity. And I think those essays are particularly relevant in talking about the Afroasiatic Peace Concert because it really raises the question of what is the purpose of art and what is the role and responsibility of the artist in this time. So on August 3rd, 2024, we celebrated James Baldwin's 100th birthday right here at the Church of the Crucifixion.
Yes, we did.
This was a 6-hour concert. It was the second day of three grand, very ambitious days, which started with the documentary screening, then the Peace Concert, and then finally the art exhibition opening at the Parkway Central Library, Parkway Central branch of the Free Library. And at this concert, our program consisted of 3 acts, each entitled by different essays, Baldwin essays. So the first act, which is titled Take Me to the Water, included performances from Osiris Wildfire, Serafina Harris, and Bobby Zangel's Wonderful Sound 7. The second act, titled The Last White Nation, featured the Korean traditional dance of Chunuri, the Philadelphia Chinese Opera Society, Serafina Harris, and Palestinian dancers Malika Al-Daka. And the third act, titled To Crush a Serpent, featured Palestinian singers Fouad, Fairuz, and the Foti family, including this incredible opera performance by Fairuz herself, classical Indian dance by Ramya School, Adhyatma School of Performing Arts, and finally closing with Master of the Philly Sound, Alfie Pollitt, accompanied by Jaleel Shaw. When I reflect upon this 6-hour concert, I see, first of all, lots of familiar faces from that concert. I imagine, what strikes me as the significance of it is the fact that for this one day, you really see art that is not being held to the standards of whiteness. And I think that's very important because this art that we were seeing emerges from and belongs to the people. And it was a day that really truly embodied the idea, King's idea, that we live in a world house and that we're wrapped in a single garment of destiny. It was a day filled with art that is rooted in moral striving, rooted in the struggles against colonialism, imperialism, and white supremacy. And when you think about our youth today and the state of art, and as art is being produced during this time, you have to really reckon with well, what has happened in the last 40 years? Like, what has happened to our people? What has happened to society? And art and music represents the spiritual resources of the people. And Doc, as you said earlier today, like to unsettle that is to ruin the imagination of a whole generation. So Baldwin, so why Baldwin? Why is it so important that Baldwin was the meeting ground by which all these, the world's people can gather around Baldwin? And I think it's to say that Baldwin lays out this blueprint for what it really means to be a human being in this time, and what it means to strive to be a moral human being in this time. It is in his prophetic writings that we can begin to understand or build a framework to understand the relationship between the individual and the role of moral self-examination. And he ties that into the responsibility of the artist, and the artist as one that must uncover truth, a relationship to truth, the artist having a moral undertaking. And so I think one of the greatest assaults against the people, and especially this generation of young people, has been the attack on art and music. Most of the music you hear today, whether it's at Super Bowl or it's at on the radio or just whatever you see on the top 100, seems to be shallow, violent, loveless, overly sexualized, and just watered down. So we were asking today, where are the love songs? You know, if you listen to the love songs today that are being produced today, backed by $1 million industry, it leads you down the path of materialism, and down a path of escapism, down a path of thinking that you're responsible to nobody but yourself. While if you listen to the music of John Coltrane, Donny Hathaway, Nina Simone, Aretha Franklin, music that emerged during the times of the civil rights movement, during any revolutionary moment across the world, you hear music that gives you the strength and the courage to take on a new day. You find music that gives you the strength and the courage to love someone else, to love yourself, and you find music that gives you the courage to transform yourself in order to transform society. So, no, after discovering Black music, I can say I never looked back. I refuse to accept that any art and music that ultimately leads one to debase themselves and other human beings is real art at all.
Yes.
Yeah, Donny Hathaway in particular, we've been listening to a lot of that, and I'm really excited for everyone to stick around and listen to all this music with us. But Donny Hathaway says that music is a universal language, and that love is the key. Brotherhood, peace and understanding, living in harmony. He says that music is love, and love is music, and someday we'll all be free. So I have to ask the question, you know, what happened, past tense, to someone who can hear this music, can listen to this music, but not hear it, not understand it, not resonate with it? And what happens to a whole generation that doesn't even know the name of someone like Donny Hathaway, doesn't even know Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Like, what happens to the human being when they subscribe to the ideas and worldview of the white supremacist social system? And what is the intervention? It is no wonder that the ruling elite seem to have exhausted themselves and seem to have an empty, anti-human, and apocalyptic sense of creativity. So it is in the art, poetry, and imagination of Black people, the most poor, the most systemically oppressed, that we find a new wellspring of creativity, of new ideas and spiritual resources for this time by which we can begin building a new human future. And whether it's from North Philly to Gaza, those children are our children. And the reason why we must reclaim this music and revive this music, make it alive in this time, as we did on that great day here, it was to come together and to see each other and ourselves more clearly than we've ever come together before. So we know that ideas, when embraced by the people, are the most beautiful and powerful weapons of the people. That was in the vision statement that Tony gave for the Year of Baldwin. Art and literature shape the moral conditions for community and struggle. And from this event, from our Afroasiatic peace concert, we really begin seeing the new foundations, the civilizational foundations for a new world order. You're reminded that each and every single one of us are here today because someone loved us. Someone loved us enough to struggle and make sacrifices so that we might be free, and that we have a responsibility to our children to make this world a more human dwelling place. So to celebrate James Baldwin with the art and music of Africa, Asia, Black America, Palestine, the world's people, is to embrace the beauty and truth that exists in the unknown but the knowable. And in my humble opinion, there is absolutely nothing that can compare to the Year of James Baldwin or the Afroasiatic Peace Concert. It was completely free, open to the public, and the event created an opening, I think, for us to unite in a shared moral striving for peace, democracy, and freedom. It gave us a sense of love, death, birth, and suffering that transcends nations and time, and that speaks the universal essence of the human experience. And it is a powerful and rare opportunity that I hope each of us continues to explore as individuals and together as a group today as we move forward. And I really see this as beginnings of a new democracy and of a new renaissance of creativity and of art. So these are the terms by which I would like to know and be known by, and for us to begin building a new kind of social relationship, a new society. And yeah, thank you.
Portion before we move on to the cultural performances that everybody's waiting for. But we're going to be talking about the exhibit. Is Blaze here? Okay, Blaze is coming up. Yeah, so we'll be talking about the exhibit that was at the Central Branch of the Free Library in August and opened with an exhibit. And so, like the music performances, which have been really integral to free school events, exhibits have also been like a part, and you can see the art that's up on display now. And we've been doing it for a long time, since the Year of Gandhi, with the exhibit on the Long March, during the China conference. And I think it's important that we kept investing in the exhibits because we feel that concretely showing the reality of struggle is a resource for the people. And basically the fullness and beauty produced by like revolutionary movements, they're an example to us and an inspiration to us, and they create an atmosphere of pride and confidence that are important for us to carry. And so the exhibits have kept kind of just increasing in scope and scale, and in our investigations, I feel like they've given a lot to free school also in, like studying the Black social system and new ideas and new convictions and instincts that we're developing. But at the same time, I think the exhibit that we did at the Free Library in August, in collaboration with Grace and Emma, was something kind of new because it was a collaboration over 4 months of like working out these ideas together, not just us, but actually with a public institution. And many people have already talked about the importance of these institutions, like what they actually mean. And so I just want to talk a little bit about why we wanted to do this exhibit, what our assumptions were, and where basically we're trying to go in terms of someplace new. And I think we felt that if we were able to do this at the Free Library, it would be a success and it would mean something. And that was because a lot of the powerful institutions across the nation wanted to celebrate Baldwin in a particular way, which we felt was actually alien to what the people would think and and what the people would organically want. And that in doing that, using Baldwin's birth, almost in bad faith to mislead the people, was an attack in this time of societal crisis. And I think our basic assumption was that the people were not necessarily taken in by what the institutions were asserting, and that the relationship of people to these institutions is not passive or one-sided, where the institutions just say, this is what it's going to be, and the people just accept it forever. It's not like that. Because people actually do have agency and thoughts and opinions and move democratically. And so we thought this was actually why so many institutions in Philadelphia are facing such a crisis of legitimacy, because there's a democratic capacity. Institutions that fail to serve the people are condemned to basically fail. And what we believed also is that conversely, institutions that are of the people, where people are organized, where people are empowered to fight, are actually great forces in the revolutionary democratic struggle. And so that's why we wanted to do an exhibit at the Free Library, where it's not just housed like at the Church of the Crucifixion for 3 days of an event, but it's up for a month, where people can accept it, reject it, engage with it, discuss, like make it a part of themselves. And I feel like it was also a pretty big struggle ideologically for the exhibit to actually even happen. And that was because I think there's a vocal but small minority of people who make their opinions very known of how they want things to be, what they want Baldwin to be. And I think more than anything, at the opening of that exhibit, when people came and basically said, this is the Baldwin that we want, meant a lot. But that was a product of a pretty long struggle. And so we also are going to talk a little bit, I think, about the actual content and the development of the exhibit. I'm going to pass it to Kathy.
Thanks, Mary. As you can see, the vision for this exhibition, we had a really strong feeling about it from the very beginning, but it was something that actively grew and evolved alongside Free School. As you can tell, we were making a lot of discoveries along the way through the reading groups, through our weekly discussions at Free School, and even alongside the development of the documentary and the concert. And so also I wanted to quickly mention that the group of people that worked on this exhibition is, of course, the three of us, but also Shamarta, Serafina, Emily, and also the whole of Free School in many ways. And so we started meeting in April to unveil this exhibition in August. So, of course, the idea of what we thought the exhibition would be in April is pretty different than what came together, but I think in the most beautiful way, because, of course, we came to know Baldwin more and more and more and in new ways. And so the exhibition had to reflect that. And so, obviously, at the end of the day, it was still that the shape of the exhibition took the form of, we worked with Grace and Emma to fill the 2 cases that you would see when you enter the Free Library on the Parkway Central Branch. When you go up the stairs and enter that beautiful marble building, these 2 cases that line the social science and history department. And so in many ways, we knew very well that we had a limited amount of time, a limited amount of space, but we still wanted to tell the fullest and most precise and yet the most concise way of capturing Baldwin in his complexity, and what did that mean when there were so many competing ways of displaying or holding up or even tokenizing Baldwin going on at the same time for his birthday anniversary. And so we had to, I think, take all the time and meet every week to be able to refine what that meant and find the language that we were starting to develop in Free School, but also be able to present that as a way to better discover Baldwin and have it be the start of a conversation. And really, the 2, I'd say, that what we were doing was really unearthing concepts, ideas, histories, memories, inheritances that we believe that already live in the people, but the Third American Revolution, the Civil Rights Movement really wasn't that long ago, and Baldwin lived, died in 1987, which is really, really less than 5 decades ago, and yet it still feels like a world away. Why is that? And so our assumption was that this is just something that lives in people, in their memories that are latent, but is heavily suppressed. And our exhibition would be an attempt to unearth that. And so one of the I think breakthroughs that we made in the Year of Baldwin was discovering or finding the language of something called the Black social system, and in many ways it's the sense that that there is a reason why that Black people have over centuries of unfreedom, oppression, and this incredible denial of humanity, and the lowest of the low, and in many ways the most oppressed in the society, have produced such great revolutionaries, such beautiful music, and have taught their children generation after generation to pursue and make freedom real. And in many ways, this is what Baldwin is produced by. And in his story, one could tell it biographically from 1924, his birth in Harlem, but one has to really place him, at the auction block, and in many ways in the South, where his parents and grandparents come from. And so we knew that this was something that actually, as Free School developed around June, we needed to actually expand what we thought our sort of biographical origins of Baldwin would be. And so we actually realized that one of the best ways to, I think, illustrate this is really through the ways that the Harlem Renaissance artists, intellectuals, poets actually investigated what it meant to be Black and what it meant to come from a social system that is determined by not whiteness, but by love. And so we actually chose several panels from the Great Migration series by Jacob Lawrence to really illustrate what it meant for Black people to bring such a different epistemology, consciousness, and love from the South to the North, and that this was actually the product from which Baldwin was born. Surrounded by all these mentors, surrounded by all of this great intellectual and creative and revolutionary spirit. And in addition, we wanted to showcase really his mentor and his friend and lifelong artist, the great Buford Delaney, that his paintings and jazz clubs and churches in Harlem was really the kind of rich life world that Baldwin was really birthed in. And so these are the sort of studies that we had to conduct alongside, writing and carving out what it was to actually capture the true essence of Baldwin's revolutionary spirit, in addition to writing and working with the library and selecting the sort of images and photos that would accompany this exhibition. And so if that had to be sort of the first part of the exhibition, the second part of the exhibition really focused on Baldwin as a witness to the civil rights movement, and really actually articulating and illustrating and making public and very known something that Free School has been talking a great deal about for several years, the Third American Revolution. And when one thinks about it, it does become something instinctual, like, okay, in 1776, the first American Revolution, which in many ways created this country, but left this contradiction of, slavery that had to be then investigated and actually contended with in the Second American Revolution through the Civil War, Reconstruction. But there are many ways in which that was not yet complete. And so the Third American Revolution 100 years later with the Civil Rights Movement was something that I think in many ways we wanted to actually put in the public consciousness and have essentially a case for the exhibition that really put that in the front and center and really make Baldwin a sort of witness to and his active participation, not just as like a writer or somebody from distance, like looking on at the Third American Revolution and Civil Rights Movement, but actually someone who wrote and actively participated in the marches in Selma alongside King, and really seeing the full breadth of what this very unique revolutionary process in America was really, transforming the American people. And so I just don't take it for granted that Free School, we've been talking about so many of these concepts, but actually that for 2 months in the Free Library, you could walk in and see a case that actually had prominently displayed a photo of King and Baldwin, but also this great movement with the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Muhammad Ali, and Malcolm X, and all these beautiful photos and actually have it be part of a public discussion and actually part of our consciousness in a place that's heavily visible and yeah, like so close to even City Hall as the Free Library and especially the Central Parkway branch. And so obviously when we were working through this, you know, we were working very closely with our two librarians, Grace and Eva, and of course they would be, you know, our greatest partners in some ways for this, because to work at a city institution like the Free Library, as Nuri mentioned, like especially in like the lead up to the presidential election and also even this new mayoral administration that was taking sort of shape last year with Chanel Parker, there was a lot of discussions about what could be said and what couldn't be said in the library. You might remember when the Free Library also, also made it very difficult for libraries to speak publicly or have everything, posted without the approval of the city administration. So these are all things that we had to sort of contend with, but also inspire the librarians to say, this is to be an institution for people, then these are the ideas that people must know. And Baldwin is one of those figures. And so, so when we put together the exhibition, we knew that it could not just be sort of this passive piece, but also it had to be actively, part of the celebration and, be the centerpiece of dialogue and for people to actually make these ideas concrete and real. And so I think that's why I'll pass it over to colleagues to talk a little bit more about what the opening event on August 5th and the month-long tours of that exhibition look like.
So I'd like to talk about the moment when the exhibit met the people, because there was quite a lot of work that went into long nights of figuring out the ideas of the exhibit, and all those were valuable. And now looking back on it, I think of it as a growth of roots that allowed a flower to bloom. Without those roots and that foundation, we never could have presented what we were able to present. But it was the moment when the exhibit met the people that I think it took on a new life and it fulfilled its purpose. It was in that new relationship when the people could hear our presentation of revolutionary Baldwin, and we could hear what the people were thinking, that the exhibit fulfilled its purpose. And there was a beautiful, beautiful performance right in the main lobby of the first floor of the library, which I had also grown up attending and going to the kids section in the basement, and would tell my mom later I never could have imagined the library, which is a beautiful building, put to such a beautiful purpose, and so splendid in this way, dedicated to James Baldwin. And after that initial exhibition where we brought people up and gave a tour of the exhibit itself, we were able to have a dialogue with people. And it was there that we had to find a way to articulate these ideas that we had been discussing with each other for quite a while: the Black social system, the revolutionary chronology, the Third American Revolution, and the necessity of the Fourth, that I think the exhibit really fulfilled its purpose. And it was in those tours with people that we gave the weeks after that and months after that I think were the first taste of that new living relationship, that new active and moving dynamic, where people could ask questions of us and we could ask questions of people and be very honest about discussing our society and the future that we wanted to see for our city. It was very beautiful.
Hello everyone. My name is Shantanu and I'm a member of the Saturday Free School, and I will be welcoming our performers for the poetry and prose section of this event. I think I had a few things to say before, and I think whatever I had prepared, I just threw everything out, because the last 3 hours, when I heard everybody share their experiences, it makes you want to say something different. And I don't think that I would have been able to do that previously. I don't think that I would have really held on to whatever I prepared. This is what I know. But Baldwin teaches you, I think, a little differently. And I think whatever I have read of Baldwin, I have read this past year. That's not to say that I have never read his words on paper before, because I have read him back in India. But when I read him back in India, I had no concept of Black life. I had no concept of everything that produced a James Baldwin. And that is necessary context. Because when you come here and you see the separation between the white and black community existing till today, modern day segregation, you kind of realize that why that is necessary. Because if the white community got to know the black community, they would know Black life, and they would understand James Baldwin, and they would be changed forever. And what I have come to learn by accepting Baldwin on his own terms is that James Baldwin is a survivor. He was born in a Harlem ghetto, and he experienced everything that a young black boy should never have to experience. But those experiences shaped him. The black proletarian imaginary shaped him, and it made him a revolutionary witness for the truth. And I think that this is what makes Baldwin's writings so unique. You can feel the aspirations and the strivings of the African American people when you read his words. You can read about a character in one of his novels, and his novels, which are categorized as fiction, but each and every character that he has written is a real character. They exist in real life, and when somebody reads that, when somebody reads these characters colliding with the reality of American life and the struggle they have to go through, the tragedies that they have to go through, they feel connected to this person because that's their own struggle as well. That's their own tragedies as well. And they feel connected to this person who exists in Harlem, New York, or Philadelphia, everywhere. And this is why it was so important for us to reclaim Baldwin from the postmodernists, from the white leftists, from the academics. We had to reclaim him because Baldwin does not fit into the worldview of these people. He would never admit or agree that an artist can live for himself or herself, that art can exist for itself. It must always exist as part of the lives of the people for whom it was produced. And that is the only way that art and literature can become a revolutionary force. It can become an instrument for the development of new people and of even new civilizations. And I really like what Emily had to say today about Baldwin and his language, because I do think that James Baldwin is a genius, because his language is constantly evolving. If there is a moment in time where a language does not exist to explain it, he invents it. And he can utilize this language to both reflect society and to come up with new possibilities, because at the heart of it, James Baldwin is an optimist, you know. He, even after the assassination of Martin Luther King, which affected him very deeply, he came on and he said, I cannot be a pessimist because I'm alive. And if I were to become a pessimist, I would have to admit that everything I've said is all academic. And I cannot relegate the revolutionary potentialities of people to the narrow confines of academic discourse. The world will change because it must change. And that's why I say that James Baldwin is a survivor. He survives in us all today, and he must survive into the future if we are to see it. So with that, I would like to first call Jacob Harris, who is a longtime member of the Saturday Free School, who will perform Staggerly Wonders, a poem written by Baldwin in 1982, where he weaves together politics and poetry to represent a kind of clash that is very, very apparent, you know, in between the white supremacist social system and the black social system. So I would just like to thank you.
Before I start reading the poem, Emily asked me to say what the poem meant to me. But I think it would be a lot easier for me to say just what James Baldwin meant to me. I came to the free school. I think I was 19. It was like May. Okay, I don't know the date, but I in college, you know, just started, but very lost, I would say. And I think the greatest thing, one of the greatest things I've gotten from the free school, and one of the greatest things that I've gotten almost in life, is my time with James Baldwin, and I'll call it that, you know, reading him. I think, you know, Emily, you put it best, I think, or whoever, no, it was Alice, I'm sorry, who talked about the young kid who said, I want to live. I read this because I want to live. That's what Baldwin does. I think that's what Baldwin achieves. Through the ideas and through how he's able to reach all the way in, past color, past himself, past, you know, into others even. He's able to free others. He's able to free people because he's able to teach us how we can be free, how we can bear freedom. It's a hard thing to bear, like he talked about. And so on this poem, I see it as like a map, like a way, a roadmap, if you will, a way to kind of see, a way to free yourself. This is the way. This is the way, I would say. And so, with that, this is Staggerly Wonders by James Baldwin. 1. I always wonder what they think the niggers are doing while they, the pink and alabaster pragmatists, are containing Russia and defining and redefining and realigning China, nobly restraining themselves, meanwhile, from blowing up that earth which they have already blasphemed into dung. The gentle, wide-eyed, cheerful ladies and their men, nostalgic for the noble cause of Vietnam, nostalgic for noble causes, aching nobly to wade through the blood of savages. Incas shall never leave their reservations, except to purchase whiskey at the state liquor store. The Panama Canal shall remain forever locked. There is a way around every treaty. We will turn the tides of the restless Caribbean. The sun will rise and set on our hotel balconies as we see fit. The natives will have nothing to complain about. Indeed, they will begin to be grateful. We'll be better off than ever before. They will learn to defer gratification and save up for things like we do. Oh yes, they will. We have only to make an offer they cannot refuse. This flag has been planted on the moon. It will be interesting to see what steps the moon will take to be revenged for this quite breathtaking presumption. This people masturbate in winding sheets. They have hacked their children to pieces. They have never honored a single treaty made with anyone, anywhere. The walls of their cities are as foul as their children. No wonder their children come at them with knives. Mad Charlie Mann's son was one of their children, had got his shit together by the time he left kindergarten. And as for Patty, heiress of all the ages, she had the greatest vacation of any heiress anywhere. Golly gee willikins, Mom, real guns. And they come with a real big black funky stud too. Oh Ma, he's making eyes at me. Oh noble Duke Wayne, be careful in them happy hunting grounds. They say the only good Indian is a dead Indian. By what I say, you can't be too careful, Oh towering Ronnie Reagan, wise and resigned lover of redwoods, deeply beloved, winning man-child of the yearning republic, from diaper to football field to Warner Brothers sound stages, be thou our grinning, gently phallic big boy of all ages. Salt peanuts, for dear hearts and gentle people, and cheerful, shining, simple Uncle Stan. Nigga, read this and run. Now, if you can't read, run anyhow. From Manifest Destiny, Cortez and all his men, silent upon a peak in Darien, to a decent interval, and the chopper rises above Saigon, abandoning the noble cause, and the people we have made ignoble, and whom we leave there now to die. One moves with all deliberate speed to the South China Sea and beyond, where millions of new niggers await glad tidings. No, said the great man's lady, I'm against abortion. I always feel that's killing somebody. Well, what about the capital punishment? I think the death penalty helps.
Right.
No, that's right. Up to our asses in niggers on death row. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. 2. Well, I guess what the niggers is supposed to be doing is putting themselves in the path of that old sweet chariot and have it swing down and carry us home. That would help, as they say, and they got ways of sort of nudging the chariot. They still got influence with wind and water, though they aim for some surprises with cloud and fire. My days are not their days, my ways are not their ways. I would not think of them one way or the other, did they not so grotesquely block the view between me and my brother. And so I always wonder, can blindness be desired? Then, what must the blinded eyes have seen to wish to see no more? For I have seen, in the eyes regarding me, or regarding my brother, have seen, deep in the farthest valley of the eye, have seen a flame leap out, then flicker and go out, have seen a veil come down, leaving myself and the other alone in that cave, which every soul remembers, and out of which, desperately afraid, I turn, stagger, stumble out into the healing air, fall flat on the ground, healing ground, singing praises, counseling my heart, my soul to praise. What is it that this people cannot forget? Surely they cannot be deluded as to imagine that their crimes are original. There's nothing in the least original about the fiery tongues to the eyeballs, the sex torn from the socket, the infant ripped from the womb, the brains dashed out against rock. Nothing original about Judas or Peter or you or me. Nothing. We are all liars and cowards all, or nearly all the time. For we also ride the lightning, answer the thunder, penetrate whirlwinds, curl up on the floor of the sun, and pick our teeth with thunderbolts. Then perhaps they imagine that their crimes are not crimes. Perhaps that is why they cannot repent, why there is no possibility of repentance. Manifest Destiny is a hymn to madness, feeding on itself, ending when it ends in madness. The action is blindness and pain, pain bringing a torpor so deep that every act is willed, is desperately forced, is willed to be a blow. The hand becomes a fist, the prick becomes a club, the womb a dangerous swamp. The hope and fear of love is acid in the marrow of the bone. No, their fire is not quenched, nor can be, the oil feeding the flames being the unadmitted terror of the wrath of God. Yes, but let us put it in another, less theological way, though theology has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm trying to say. But the moment God is summoned, theology is summoned to buttress or demolish belief, an exercise which renders belief irrelevant and adds to the despair of Fifth Avenue on any afternoon. The people moving homeless through the city, praying to find sanctuary before the sky, and the towers come tumbling down before the earth opens up, as it does in Superman. They know that no one will appear to turn back time. They know it, just as they know that the earth has opened before and will open again, just as they know that their empire is falling, is doomed. Nothing can hold it up, nothing. We are not talking about belief. I wonder how they think the niggers make it. How come the niggers are still here? But then again, I don't think they dare to think of that. No, I'm fairly certain they don't think of that at all. Lord, I, with the alabaster lady of the house, with Beulah, about 60, built-in four-square biceps like Muhammad Ali, she at the stove fixing biscuits, scrambling eggs and bacon, fixing coffee, pouring juice, and the lady of the house, she say she don't know how she get along without Beulah, and Beulah just silently grunts, I reckon you don't, and keeps on keeping on.
Right.
And the lady of the house say, she's just like one of the family. And Beulah turns, gives me a look, sucks her teeth, and rolls her eyes in the direction of the lady's back, and keeps on keeping on. While they are containing Russia and entering onto the quicksand of China and patronizing Africa and calculating the Caribbean sea plunder and the South China Sea booty, the niggers are aware that no one has discussed anything at all with the niggers. Well, niggers don't own anything, got no flag, even our names are hand-me-downs, and you don't get to change that by calling yourself X. Sometimes that just makes it worse. Like obliterating the path that leads back to whence you came and to where you can begin. And anyway, none of this changes the reality, which, for example, that I don't want my son to die in Guantanamo or anywhere else, for that matter, serving the stars and stripes. I've seen some stars. I've got some stripes.
Right.
Neither, incidentally, has anyone discussed the bomb with the niggers. The incoherent feeling is the less the nigger knows about the bomb, the better. The lady of the house smiles nervously in your direction as though she has just been overheard discussing family or sexual secrets, and changes the subject to employment, or to full education, or to welfare roles. The smile saying, don't be dismayed, we know how you feel, you can trust us. Yeah, I would like to believe you, but we are not talking about belief. The sons of greed, the heirs of plunder, are approaching the end of their journey. It is amazing that they approach without wonder, as though they have themselves become that scorched and blasphemed earth, the stricken buffalo, the slaughtered tribe, the endless virgin blood-soaked plain, the famine, the silence, the children's eyes, murder masquerading as salvation, seducing every democratic eye, the mouths of truth and anguish choked with cotton, rape delirious with the fragrance of the magnolia, the hacking of the fruit of their loins to pieces. Hey, the tar babies' sons and nephews, the high yeller nieces, and Tom's black prick hacked off to rust and crinoline, to hang heaviest of heirlooms between the pink and alabaster breasts of the great lady, or worked into the sash at the waist of the high yeller Creole bitch or niece, a chunk of shining brown-black satin, staring like the single eye of God. Creation yearns to create a time when we were able to recognize a crime. Alas, my stricken kinsman, the party is over. There have never been any white people anywhere. The trick was accomplished with mirrors. Look, where is your image now? Where is your inheritance? On what rock stands this pride? Oh, I counsel you, leave history alone. She is exhausted, sitting, staring into her dressing room mirror and wondering what rabbit now to pull out of what hat, and seriously considering retirement, even though she knows her public dare not let her go. She must change, yes. History must change. A slow, syncopated, relentless music begins suggesting her re-entry. Transformed, virginal as she was in the beginning, untouched as the word was spoken, before the rape which debased her to be the whore of multitudes, or, as one might say, before she became the star, whose name above our title carries the show, making history the patsy, responsible for every flood line, every miscue, responsible for the life and death of all bright illusions and darker delusions. Lord, history is weary of her unspeakable liaison with time, for time and history have never seen eye to eye. Time laughs at history, and time and time and time again, time traps history in a lie. But we always somehow manage to roar history back on stage, to take another bow, to justify, to sanctify the journey until now. Time warned us to ask for our money back and disagreed with history as concerns colors white and black. Not only do we come from further back, but the light of the sun marries all colors as one. Kinsman, I have seen you betray your savior. It is you who call him savior so many times, and I have spoken to him about you behind your back. Quite a lot has been going on behind your back, and if your phone has not yet been disconnected, it will soon begin to ring, informing you, for example, that a whole generation in Africa is about to die, and a new generation is about to rise. And we will not need your bribes or your persuasions anymore, not your morality, no plundered gold. Ah, kinsman, if I could make you see the crime is not what you have done to me, it is you who are blind. You bow down with chains, you whose children mock you and seek another master, you who cannot look man or woman or child in the eye, whose sleep is blank with terror, for whom love died long ago, somewhere between the airport and the safe deposit box. The buying and selling of rising or falling stocks, you who miss Zanzibar and Madagascar and Kilimanjaro, and lions and tigers and elephants and zebras and flying fish and crocodiles and alligators and leopards and crashing waterfalls and endless rivers, flowers fresher than Eden, silence sweeter than the grace of God, passion at every turning, throbbing in the bush, thicker, oh, than honey in the hive, dripping, dripping, opening, welcoming, aching from toe to bottom to spine, sweet heaven on the line, to last forever, yes. But now, rejoicing ends, man. A price remains to pay. Your innocence costs too much, and we can't carry you on our books or backs any longer, baby. Find another Eden, another apple tree, somewhere if you can, and find some other native somewhere else to listen to you bellow till you come, just like a man. But we don't need you, are sick of being a fantasy to feed you. and of being the principal accomplice to your crime, for it is your crime now, the cross to which you cling, your Alpha and Omega for everything. Well, others have told you. Your clown's grown weary, the puppet master is bored speechless with this monotonous disaster, and is long gone, does not belong to you, any more than my woman or my child ever belonged to you. During this long travail, our ancestors spoke to us, and we listened, and we tried to make you hear like in our song, but now it matters not at all to me, whether you know what I am talking about or not. I know why I am not blinded by your brightness, are able to see you who cannot see us. I know why we are still here. Godspeed. The niggers are calculating from day to day, life everlasting, and wish you well, but to decline to imitate the sun of the morning and rule in hell.
I would now like to invite Jasmine Banks-Smith. This morning I asked Doc, hey, I'm going to call Jasmine, what do you think I should say for her introduction? Jasmine looked at me in the eye and said, she's a revolutionary. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say that Jasmine Banks-Smith, a revolutionary who is completely committed to the emancipation of the poor and oppressed of the city of Philadelphia, especially children. She will read a letter to my nephew, which Baldwin wrote in 1962, 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. This letter that he wrote to his 14-year-old nephew, James, can only be described as an act of love. I've always wondered what courage it takes to write something like this to your young nephew, but I soon realized Baldwin was preparing him for a life that he had himself witnessed, and all because he loved his nephew. I feel the same love when I talk to Jasmine, who I will now ask to read for us.
Good evening. Before I read, I'd like to just extend my gratitude. First, let me say I am under the weather. I've been in the bed for a couple of days, so my voice will last. My husband and I blame him because I got his cold, and both of us are very ill. And but I think I'm certainly operating on the natural adrenaline and dopamine right now because this is such a phenomenal event. I'd like to especially give thanks to the iconic and incomparable Dr. Tony. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to contact me several times to keep me in the loop, and I really appreciate you beyond words. And to all of the free schoolers, and thank you all for showing up here tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. So here, and you know, it's so apropos because I'm a person, to be asked to read this. It was suggested to me, and I'm a person who has raised 15 children. Yes, 15, and adopted 5 older sons. So been nurturing young people for a very, very long time. In fact, my youngest son is somewhere around. Oh, here he is. That's my youngest son, Siddiqui, right there. So my husband and I, we've been nurturing children for a long time. So when I was asked to do this reading, I said, oh my goodness, how amazing. So let me try to give it some justice. So it's my dungeon shook, a letter to my nephew on the 100th anniversary of the Emancipation. Dear James, I have begun this letter 5 times and torn it up 5 times. I keep seeing your face which is also the face of your father and my brother. Like him, you are tough, dark, vulnerable, moody, with a very definite tendency to sound truculent, right? Sound tough and ready to fight, because you want no one to think you are soft. You may be like your grandfather in this, I don't know, but certainly both you and your father resemble him very much physically. Well, he is dead. He never saw you, and he had a terrible life. He was defeated long before he died, because at the bottom of his heart, he really believed what white people said about him. This is one of the reasons that he became so holy. I am sure that your father has told you something about all that. Neither you nor your father exhibit any tendency towards holiness. You really are of another era, part of what, when the Negro left the land and came into what the late E. Franklin Fraser called the cities of destruction. You can only be destroyed by believing that you really are what the white world calls a nigger. I tell you this because I love you, and please don't you ever forget it. I have known both of you all your lives, have carried your daddy in my arms and on my shoulders, kissed and spanked him and watched him learn to walk. I don't know if you've known anybody from that far back, if you've loved anybody that long, first as an infant, then as a child, then as a man. You gain a strange perspective on time and human pain and effort. Other people cannot see what I see whenever I look into your father's face. For behind your father's face, as it is today, are all those other faces which were his. Let him laugh, and I see a cellar your father does not remember and a house he does not remember. And I hear in his present laughter, his laughter as a child. Let him curse, and I remember him falling down the cellar steps and howling. And I remember with pain his tears, which my hand or your grandmother's so easily wiped away. But no one's hands can wipe away those tears he sheds invisibly today, which one hears in his laughter and in his speech and in his songs. I know what the world has done to my brother and how narrowly he has survived it. And I know, which is much worse, and this is the crime of which I accuse my country and my countrymen, and for which neither I nor time nor history will ever forgive them, that they are destroyed and are destroying hundreds of thousands of lives and do not know it and do not want to know it. One can be, indeed, one must strive to become tough and philosophical concerning destruction and death. For this is what most of mankind has best been, as since we have heard of man. But remember, most of mankind is not all of mankind. But it is not permissible that the authors of devastation should also be innocent. It is the innocence which constitutes the crime. Now, my dear namesake, these innocent and well-meaning people, your countrymen, have caused you to be born under conditions not very far removed from those described for us by Charles Dickens in the London of more than 100 years ago. I hear the chorus of the innocents screaming, "No, this is not true. How bitter are you?" But I am writing this letter to you to try to tell you something about how to handle them, for most of them do not really know that you exist. I know the conditions under which you were born, for I was there. Your countrymen were not there and hadn't made it yet. Your grandmother was also there, and no one has ever accused her of being bitter. I suggest that the innocents check with her. She isn't hard to find. Your countrymen don't know that she exists either, though she has been working for them all their lives. Well, you were born, here you came, something like 15 years ago, and though your father and mother and grandmother looking about the streets through which they were carrying you, staring at the walls into which they brought you, had every reason to be heavy-hearted, yet they were not. For here you were, Big James, named for me. You were a big baby. I was not. Here you were, to be loved, baby, hearted once and forever to strengthen you against the loveless world. Remember that. I know how black it looks today for you. It looked bad that day too, yes. We were trembling. We had not stopped trembling yet. But if we had not loved each other, none of us would have survived. And now you must survive because we love you and for the sake of your children and your children's children. This innocent country set you down in a ghetto in which, in fact, it intended that you should perish. Let me spell out precisely what I mean by that. For the heart of the matter is here, and the root of my dispute with my country. You were born where you were born and faced the future that you faced because you were black, and for no other reason. The limits your ambition were thus expected to be set forever. You were born into a society which spelled out with brutal clarity and in as many ways as possible that you were a worthless human being. You were not expected to aspire to excellence. You were expected to make peace with mediocrity. Wherever you have turned, James, in your short time on this earth, you have been told where you could go and what you could do and how you could do it, and where you could live and whom you could marry. I know your countrymen do not agree with me about this, and I hear them saying, you exaggerate. They do not know Harlem, and I do. So do you. Take no one's word for anything, including mine, but trust your experience. Know whence you came. If you know whence you came, there is really no limit to where you can go. The details and symbols of your life have been deliberately constructed to make you believe what white people say about you. Please try to remember that what they believe, as well as what they do and cause you to endure, does not testify to your inferiority, but to their inhumanity and fear. Please try to be clear, dear James, through the storm which rages about your youthful head today, about the reality which lies behind the words acceptance and integration. There is no reason for you to try to become like white people, and there is no basis whatever for their impertinent assumption that they must accept you. The really terrible thing, old buddy, is that you must accept them. And I mean that very seriously. You must accept them and accept them with love. For these innocent people have no other hope. They are in effect still trapped in a history which they do not understand, and until they understand it, they cannot be released from it. They have had to believe for many years and for innumerable reasons that black men are inferior to white men. Many of them indeed know better, but as you will discover, people find it very difficult to act on what they know. To act is to be committed, and to be committed is to be in danger. In this case, the danger in the minds of most white Americans is the loss of their identity. Try to imagine how you would feel if you woke up one morning to find the sun shining and all the stars aflame. You would be frightened because it is out of the order of nature. And any upheaval in the universe is terrifying because it is so profoundly attacks one's sense of one's own identity. Well, the black man has functioned in the white man's world as a fixed star and as an immovable pillar. And as he moves out of his place, heaven and earth are shaken to their foundations. You don't be afraid. I said that it was intended that you should perish in the ghetto, perish by never being allowed to go behind the white man's definitions, by never being allowed to spell your proper name. You have, and many of us have, defeated this intention. And by a terrible law, a terrible paradox, those innocents who believe that your imprisonment made them safe are losing their grasp of reality. But these men are your brothers, your lost younger brothers. And if the word integration means anything, this is what it means. That we with love shall force our brothers to see themselves as they are, to cease fleeing from reality and begin to change it. For this is your home, my friend. Do not be driven from it. Great men have done great things here and will again. And we can make America what America must become. It will be hard, James, but you come from sturdy peasant stock, men who picked cotton and dammed rivers and built railroads, and in the teeth of the most terrifying odds, achieved an unassailable and monumental dignity. You come from a long line of poets, some of the greatest poets since Homer. One of them said, "The very time I thought I was lost, my dungeon shook and my chains fell off." You know, and I know, that the country is celebrating 100 years of freedom, 100 years too soon. We cannot be free until they are free. God bless you, James, and Godspeed, your Uncle James.
We now have Khalila Mays, who has been a member of the Lucian Blackwell James Baldwin reading group from the beginning. In November 2024, she is a mother to a young middle school age son and is passionate about education. And she will read James Baldwin's 1984 essay on being white and other lies, where Baldwin really shows us why he is the foremost authority on the white consciousness. Why I say that will be made clear once Khalila reads this essay.
I know that they themselves would not like to pay it. There has never been a labor movement in this country, the proof of being the absence of a Black presence in the so-called father-to-son union. There are perhaps some niggers in the window, but Blacks have no power in labor unions. Just so does the white community, as a means of keeping itself white, elect, as they imagine, their political representative. No nation in the world, including England, is represented by so stunning a pantheon of the relentlessly mediocre. I will not name names, I will leave that to you. But this cowardice, the necessity of justifying a totally false identity, justifying what must be called a genocidal history, has placed everyone now living into the hands of the most ignorant and powerful people the world has ever seen. And how did they get that way? By deciding that they were white, by opting for safety instead of life, by persuading themselves that a Black child's life meant nothing compared with a white child's life, by abandoning their children to the things white men could buy, by informing their children that Black women and Black men and Black children had no human integrity, that those who called themselves white were bound to respect. And in this debasement and definition of Black people, they debased and defined themselves and have brought humanity to the edge of oblivion because they think they are white. Because they think they are white, they do not dare confront the ravage and the lie of their history. Because they think they are white, they cannot allow themselves to be tormented by the suspicion that all men are brothers. Because they think they are white, they are looking for or bombing into existence, stable population, cheerful natives, and cheap labor. Because they think they are white, they believe, as even no child believes in the dream of safety. Because they think they are white, however vociferous they may be and however multitudinous, they are as speechless as Lot's wife, looking backward, changed into a pillar of salt. However, being white, absolutely a moral choice, but there are no white people. The crisis of leadership for those of us who identify has been forged or branded as Black is nothing new. We, who were not Black before we got here either, who were defined as Black by the slave trade, have paid for the crisis of leadership in the white community for a very long time, and have resoundingly, even when we face the worst about ourselves, survived and triumphed over it. If we had not survived and triumphed over it, there would not be a Black American alive. And the fact that we are still here, even in suffering, darkness, danger, endlessly defined by those who do not dare define or even confront themselves, is key to the crisis in white leadership. The past informs us of the various kinds of people, criminals, adventurers, and saints, to say nothing, of course, of popes, but it is in the Black condition, and only that, which informs us concerning white people. It is a terrible paradox, but those who believe that they can control and define Black people divested themselves of the power to control and define themselves.
Before I invite the next performer on, I would just like to take a moment and wish everyone here a happy International Women's Day. And with that, I would like to call on Saika, who is an artist, and Sakai, who's an artist, and I had one job.
I can do it.
And I will leave the rest of her introduction to her, but she has a poem that she has written for James Baldwin, who is her mentor, and would like to share it with us.
I'm going. Okay. All right, James.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Sakai Afroasiatic, Philadelphia poet. I've been here for many years in Philadelphia. And I went to Freedom Theater back in 1972. I'm not gonna tell you how old I am. You know, but I was 19 when I met James Baldwin. One of the first readings that we were requested to read. And once I read Blues to Mr. Charlie, and had an opportunity to play the character Juanita in that production. It's been 40 years, and not one production company that I know has ever put that play up. So I've been praying that somebody would take that adventure and put that play up. But in the meantime, I was reading. I went to the Philadelphia Museum of Art for a project, maybe about 4 years ago. And it was this statue, a white statue called the White Negress. It was by Konstantin Bukowski. And so when I went to look at it, the statue looked just like me. The way it was formed, it was all white, and it just had no features. It had this little plait that I have at the top of my head. Can't see it today. It was incredible. It's one of those experiences that I felt like I was falling backwards. And the first person that I thought about was James Baldwin. So I call this poem, which is dedicated to him. Inside the White Negress, I hear the drums. I hear the drums beating, pulsating rhythms, pounding on white marble. It is a time to rise from sleep in the Blackwood dark. I hear the drums repeating the spirits, hearts for life to act again on instinct and breath of truth a second time. I'm awake. I hear the drums hammering, talking hard sounds to move with rippling footsteps. Outside, I hear the drums, Mega Evans. Outside, I hear the drums in Birmingham. Outside, I hear the drums in Philadelphia stores. I hear the drums pulsating and pushing me down on one knee right now. I hear the drums in Christ Church singing loud. I hear the drums, James Baldwin, all day long. I hear the drums like Juanita and blues for Mr. Charlie. And I remember the words, the sufferings, the pain. He came to me in the middle of the night. He laid on the bed beside me like a rock, as heavy as a rock, like he fallen from a high place. He fallen so fast and he landed so heavy, he seemed almost to be sinking out of sight. With one knee pointing to the heaven. My God, he covered me like that. He wasn't at all like I thought he was. He came to me. He clung to me, howling and bleeding somewhere inside his chest, his belly, and it came pouring out. He can't pour it out like tears, but I got. Life and death. Life and death. Why does it all seem to me like tears? I hear the drums grinding. I hear the people shouting. I hear the children. I hear the children crying. We can never become numb when hearing the human sounds of a drum. I hear the drums and I'm ready. I'm ready to walk on water. I thought you were going to do it, James. Thank you.
That was really beautiful. And finally, we have Dr. Anthony Montero, the ideological founder of the Saturday Free School, who will read from John Brown's biography written by W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois wrote his biography in 1909, the same year he helped found the NAACP. And in Du Bois' own words, this biography is at once a record and a tribute to a man who, of all Americans, has perhaps come nearest to touching the real souls of Black folk. John Brown's life and actions marked the dawn of a new period of self-assertion and self-development, and we will have Doc take us through them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be brief, hopefully. And this is Du Bois's interpretive biography of John Brown, great white abolitionist, published in 1909. And you can either say that Du Bois was very Baldwinian, or Baldwin was very Du Boisian. And I'm just going to read part of chapter 1 called Africa and America. The mystic spell of Africa is and ever was over all America. It has guided her hardest work, inspired her finest literature, and sung her sweetest songs. Her greatest destiny, unsensed and despised though it be, is to give back to the first of continents the gifts which Africa of old gave to America's fathers' fathers. Of all inspiration which America owes to Africa, however, the greatest by far is the score of heroic men whom the sorrows of these dark children call to unselfish devotion and heroic self-realization. Benezet, Garrison, and Harriet Stowe, Sumner, Douglas, and Lincoln. These and others, but above all, John Brown. And then he continues 2 paragraphs further. These Black men came not of their own willing, but because the hasty breed of new America selfishly and half-thoughtlessly sought to revive in the New World the dying but unforgotten custom of enslaving the world's workers. So, with the birth of wealth and liberty west of the seas came slavery, and slavery all the more cruel and hideous because it gradually built itself on the cast of race and color, thus breaking the common bonds of human fellowship and weaving artificial barriers of birth and appearance. The result was evil, as all injustice must be.
Yes.
At first, the black men writhed and struggled and died in their bonds, and their blood reddened the paths across the Atlantic and around the beautiful isles of the Western Indies. Then, as the bonds gripped them closer and closer, they succumbed to sullen indifference or happy ignorance, with only here and there flashes of wild red vengeance. And then Du Bois continues, the price of repression is greater than the cost of liberty. The degradation of men costs something both in the degraded and those who degrade. While the Negro slaves sank to listless docility and vacant ignorance, their masters found themselves whirled in the eddies of mighty movements. Their system of slavery was twisting them backwards towards darker ages of force and caste and cruelty, while forward swirled swift currents of liberty and uplift. They still felt the impulse of the wonderful awakening of culture from its barbaric sleep of centuries, which men call the Renaissance. They were own children of the mighty stirring of Europe's conscience, which we call the Reformation. And they and their children were to be prime actors in laying the foundation of human liberty in a new century and a new land. Already the birth pains of the new freedom were felt in that land. Old Europe was begetting in the new continent a vast longing for spiritual space. So there was built it into America the thrift of the searchers of wealth, the freedom of the Renaissance, and the stern morality of the Reformation. And then he goes on. To the unraveling of human tangles, we would gladly believe that God sends special men, chosen vessels which come to the world's deliverance. And what could be more fitting than that the human embodiment of freedom, Puritanism, and trade, the great new current sweeping across the back eddies of slavery, should give birth to the man who in years to come pointed the way to liberty and realized that the cost of liberty was less than the price of repression. So it was. In bleak December 1620, a carpenter and weaver landed at Plymouth, Peter and John Brown. The carpenter Peter came of goodly stock, possibly, though not surely, from that very John Brown of the early 16th century, whom bluff King Henry VIII of England burned for his Puritanism, and whose son was all too near the same fate. 30 years after Peter Brown had landed came the Welshman, John Owen, to Windsor, Connecticut, to help in the building of that Commonwealth, and near him settled Peter Mills, the tailor of Holland. The great-grandson of Peter Brown, born in Connecticut in 1700, had for a son a revolutionary soldier who married one of the Welshman's grandchildren and had in turn a son, Owen Brown, the father of John Brown, in February 1771. This Owen Brown, a neighbor remembers, quote, very distinctly, and that he was very much respected and esteemed by my father. He was an earnestly devout and religious man of the old Connecticut fashion, and one peculiarity of his impressed his name and person indelibly upon my memory. He was an inveterate and most painful stammerer, the first specimen of that infirmity that I had ever seen, and according to my recollection, the worst that I had ever known to this day. Consequently, though we returned to Connecticut, though we removed from Hudson to another settlement early in the summer of 1807 and returned to Connecticut in 1812, so that I rarely saw any of that family afterwards. I have never to this day seen a man struggling and half strangled with a word stuck to his throat without remembering good Mr. Owen Brown, who could not speak without stammering except in prayer. In 1800, May 9th, wrote this Owen Brown, quote, John was born 100 years after his great-grandfather. Nothing else very uncommon. Thank you.
To introduce a new and old friend, Osiris Wildfire and Gary.
As they say, formal sounds wildfire, Daryl Clark, and we're rolling troubadours, folk singers. One, two, this one's right. Yeah, this one's cool. I'd like to take you into a space that I live in every day. One day I went to Portugal, went to Lisbon. I was walking in the streets and I heard a voice and I said, "Look what the new world has created." And I realized I was special at that point. I saw St. Christopher walking downtown one day with the black Madonna fingers holding a flame. I saw an eagle rise right out of the blue. I heard a car crash and it reminded me of you. I saw a baby star in South Africa. Too weak to cry, but tears roll down the straw. I saw it open, a homeless man in a new star. Just that every moment I realized you can carry me across the smiling river. You pick me up above the raging sea. Home with all this love you deliver. Straight to my back porch on the road that can be. With bracelets of gold, 4 cars on the yacht, and a mistress untold. Somewhere a restless wind blows out to the sea. Somewhere there's a place for you and me. You can carry me across the smiling river. You lift me up above a raging sea. You bring me home with this love you deliver. Straight to my back porch on the road to Galilee. So if you're wondering where I was last night, with the black Madonna, she gave me a light. I guess it's not much more than I have to say. Just tell St. Christopher we'll be on our way. Just tell St. Christopher we'll be on our way. Oh, you carry me across the smiling river. You lift me up above the raging sea. You bring me home with all this love you deliver. Straight to my back road on the road to Calvary. That was dedicated to the free school. You guys are consistent like a mug, okay? I'm watching. I'm on Facebook. You don't see me, but I'm watching. Love you too. some people exist before they're allowed to be free. Yes, and how many times can a man turn his head, pretending that he just does not see? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer has been blowing in the wind. Ladies and gentlemen, the answer, my friend, has been blowing in the wind. Come on, y'all. The answer's been blowing in the wind. You say how many times must a man walk up before he can see the sky? And how many years must one man have before he can hear people cry? Yes, and how many deaths will it take till we know that too many people have died? Oh, y'all. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. One more time. The answer is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. The energy is incredible. Now, we're gonna bless you with something that I'm sure you don't know. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching in the freedom land. Everybody, ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching in the freedom land. Ain't gonna let no jailhouse turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let no jailhouse turn me around. Gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching in the freedom land. That's who's coming. Y'all ready? Ain't gonna let no government turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let no government turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching in the freedom Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, right? Here we go. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching in the freedom land. Ain't gonna let no jailhouse, y'all ready? Here we go. Ain't gonna let no jailhouse turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. of mine. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Let the memory, y'all. Come on, y'all. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Oh, Lord, I'm gonna let it shine. Light up the bush, oh Lord, I'm gonna let it shine. Light up the bush, oh Lord, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Don't let Satan blow it out. Come on, y'all. Don't let Satan blow it out. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let Satan blow it out. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, I don't let Satan blow it out. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. This little light of mine. Everybody, all together. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Thank you guys. Love y'all.
We love you. Still one song.
Oh, thank you guys. That was so beautiful. Man. This is the only place I really feel at home. It's just, it's like you guys are so warm and I can feel it. I've been around a lot of fakes and frauds. I can tell the difference.
Wow.
I was born. Oh, just like a river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know the change is gonna come. This is one of James's favorite songs. I was born by the river in a little town. Oh, just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. Oh, 'cause I don't know something beyond that sky. It's been a long come. I go to the movies and I go downtown. Oh, somebody keeps telling me they don't want me around. It's been a long time coming, but I know the change is gonna come. The change is gonna come. The change is gonna come. Oh, I go to see my brother and I ask him to help me. He just winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Oh, change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. Yeah, don't you know? Change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. Oh, change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. Yeah, yeah. Change is gonna come. Change is gonna come. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Change gonna come, yeah, yeah. Change gonna come, change gonna come. It's been a long change is gonna go to Portugal and go to Lisbon and go stand down by the water. There's a lot of spirits down there.
Okay, so there's one song left. There's one song left before we cut some cake. We officially cut the cake and party. So we have the rhythm and blues and jazz party. So the last song of the night is by our very own Serafina Harris.
The whiteboard is Osiris.
Oh, it's King 1199. King 1199.
I wasn't sure what song I was gonna say, but then I thought about two songs, and since now we're down to one, I would like to say that this song I think could be a romance song or a song to a child, and that made me feel a little bit more, Righteous way to go for the one believe I told you so. Second to none. Surely but some time, but the moment I've tried to decide you're close, but not quite. Almost impossible to do. Decided that I can do. The righteous way to go. Okay, with that, that's the end of the first part of our program. We got DJ Doc.
DJ Doc!
Yeah, before we clean up and set up the dance floor, just want to say thank you all for being here to help us close the year of James Baldwin, God's Revolutionary Voice. We love each and every one of you so much, and it means so much to us that you're here. We can't wait to see you again and see you at mosque, Brother Calvin. So without further ado, we can officially cut the cake, clean the dance floor, and I present to you DJ Dog.
Party my children, party.